Orbital.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger roll, Atlantic.
Water towers can fly!
Echo Delta nominal.
Flight down speed off. Bring in, speed off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Yikes, you bet, concur. I'm Jack Beyer. It is the morning. We are looking at a Crew Dragon atop a Falcon 9 at Slick 39A at Kennedy Space Center, and I see the 5x5s flowing in chat. Thank you all. I know we got the regular listeners and watchers in chat because they're throwing the 5x5s at us. You know you can hear me well. Well, you're also going to hear some other awesome people on today's stream as we watch a little bit of spaceflight history happen with the first all-private flight to the ISS. So, also on the stream, joining me today is Mr. Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual. What's up, Chris?
Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you may be. It's just another crew launch. How many years have we been waiting to say that? How many years? Just another crew launch. Well, I'm excited. I can't wait.
It's quite fantastic. There was too long of a gap there, and now we're getting into it when it's almost like it's normal again. Let's see, and we're also joined on the stream today by Chris Gebhardt. We got both Chris's on the stream. We've crossed the streams. What's up, Chris Gebhardt?
Good morning, everyone. And I don't think I can echo Chris B's comments anymore. Yes, wonderful to say it's another crew launch, and the first of two this calendar month from that pad. So stay tuned. We're going to talk about that.
Oh, we are definitely going to talk about that. Also on the stream today is Julia Bergeron. What's up, Julia?
Hey there. Good morning, Jack. I am at the press site with the team, and it's a beautiful morning, and there's 2 rockets on a pad, and we're going to see some crew launch to space, and I am excited.
You know what my favorite part about this morning is there's no 4 towers. But yeah, there's a crewed rocket on the pad, and we are ready to go. Also joining us, joining us in spirit is Stephen Marr, who's out in the field as well, who will also be shooting this launch for us. Definitely check out Stephen's work on Twitter and give him a follow if you are so inclined. But again, Stephen won't be on comms, but he is out there shooting, so maybe we'll get some awesome imagery from him. And, of course, we've also got Thomas Berghardt. What's up, Thomas?
How's it going, Jack? It's another good day at the press site with the countdown clock ticking. Should be a good day to go to space.
Let's go to space. Can we make a shirt that says "Let's go to space"?
Mark will have it in the store within about 10 minutes.
Yeah, knowing him, I think one time I made a joke on stream about I forget even what exactly, siren time or something, and then like by the end of the stream he had DM'd me that he sent me that shirt, and I was like, "Thank you, Mark. You're a wizard." But anyways, I digress. Let's talk about what you're all looking at right now, which is a Falcon 9 rocket at Slick 39A. Oh man, with a crew. Well, it's going to have a crew anyways, but a Crew Dragon on top. Let's get into it. If you guys are first-time watchers, you may not know that there is a YouTube chat, and we do like to do a little bit of an interactive thing and answer y'all's questions. So we have some software that Michael Baylor wrote. I almost forgot. Michael Baylor in the background, pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, doing all the steampunk, modern day live broadcast stuff. I'm almost belittling it by saying all of this, but Michael in the background doing the critical stuff that makes the stream work. So thank you, Michael, for doing that.
And actually, Jack, there too, there is one other member of our team who is here, but he is not on comms. Nathan Barker is here as well for photography. And he might be on comms a little later, but Nathan is here as well.
Yes, that is true. Thank you for reminding me. Nathan has been producing some awesome imagery while he's down there in Florida, so that's excellent to shout out. Definitely give Nathan a follow on Twitter if you are not already. That's at NASA Nerd. What's up, Nathan? I know you're not on comms, but I'm still going to excitedly say, what's up, Nathan? Because it just makes me happy that you're out there shooting rockets. It's like seeing a, sports player hit home runs. I'll stop with the sports stuff.
Sports.
Oh. Opening day for baseball was yesterday. We can't even get the sports references. Fine, whatever.
He hit a touchdown. How about that?
So as I was saying, we have a little bit of interactive software. You guys can ask questions. Just type at NASASpaceflight into chat, and you might get a response from Chris Bergen, who is NASASpaceflight, in chat. But more importantly, you might get us to talk about your question and answer your question and sort of get into some depth here. So don't forget, that is a way that you guys can interact with the stream. Just at NASASpaceflight, and we'll see what pops up. So, who wants to take the flag and run with it here? It's a crew launch. It's the first all-private mission to the ISS. There'll be 4 crew members on it. Thomas, how about you? I'm gonna throw the Nerf ball at Thomas.
Which is hilarious.
I'm throwing it to Chris. Chris is going to do the overview.
Okay,
which was
perfect.
hilarious because Thomas and I just looked at each other and confirmed which one of us was going to answer this.
See, I can't see your finger. Like, I can't see the gesturing back and forth between you because I'm stuck here in LA. But anyways,
that's why we sent you the VR chip to insert into your brain.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, Chris, tell us more about this mission, please.
Yes, so Jack, as you alluded to, this is the first all-private astronaut flight to the International Space Station. There are no NASA astronauts on board, but there are 4 people who will be going up. It's a 10-day mission, 8 of which will be spent docked to the International Space Station, where they will perform up to 25 scientific experiments that have largely already been launched, although a couple of them are on board the Dragon Endeavour for them, as well as a lot of their personal items and stuff that's needed for the transit to and from the station. But importantly, the 4 people on board are Michael Lopez Alegría, the commander. He is a former NASA astronaut with 4 space flights to his credit, 3 shuttle flights, 2 of them to the International Space Station, and 1 long-duration flight to the International Space Station as well, where he served as the commander. So joining him is pilot Larry Connor, making his first space flight. Also on board is Mark Pathy from Canada and Eaton Stibbe from Israel. Eaton will become the 2nd Israeli in space and the first to visit the International Space Station. And his mission is called Rakia, which means sky in Hebrew, and the name of that mission actually comes from an entry in Ilion Ramon's diary. Ilion Ramon was a crew member aboard the shuttle Columbia and STS-107 in 2003 who lost his life when Columbia broke up during reentry, but his diary actually survived. And Itan is the co-founder of the Ramon Foundation in Israel, a major STEM outreach organization within Israel to get Israelis interested in science, technology, engineering, and math. So that is part of his mission as well. But importantly, they will be doing science. This is actually going back, and we have to go back almost to the Columbia and STS-107 for short duration science flights that go up to orbit. One of the things that can be a little confusing in some regards is, these experiments launch to the International Space Station and they're up there for months, but they don't actually take months to do. They only take a few hours or a couple of days to do. So this is sort of going back to those week-long sortie science flights, but utilizing the International Space Station complex for them. And after their mission, they will come back. And then very shortly thereafter, Crew 4 will lift off from this exact same pad on another Dragon. So all told, that's our mission today that we're hoping to get launched, but a busy period off of 39A for crew flights this month.
Sure enough, a busy period for SpaceX in terms of, the entire year. The cadence of these launches is absolutely astounding.
It really is.
Right off the bat, we've got Alex Plant coming in as a PadRat member. Thank you so much, Alex. And also, we've got Nathan Westwick coming in as a PadRat member. Thank you so much, Nathan. Really quickly, if you guys don't know, we've got a membership program. It absolutely is critical to helping us do what we do, especially with the vagaries of how YouTube works and the algorithm. We never know if our videos are going to get a lot of views or little views, and it can vary a lot month to month. So the fact that we have the membership program is really amazing. And the Red Team members who just joined are going to get preview videos. They're going to get preview imagery up on the YouTube channel page, and they're also going to get some extra special members-only chat emoji, which I'm going to throw in a double Elon right now, on account of this being a SpaceX launch. But yeah, if you want the members-only emoji, if you want all the cool, sweet perks, check out the membership program. can't say it enough. I hope it's not annoying, but the reason I say it so much is because we cannot do what we do without the members. So thank you all. Thank you both of you two for becoming members. And let's see, it was Jonathan and those are super chats. Either way, thanks for becoming members, and we super appreciate all of our members. Okay, so we know the launch. We know what we're looking at. Let's get into some viewer questions. How about that?
Do it.
Sweet. All right. I mean, right off the bat, we've got Alfredo Rodriguez saying, "What is the 5x5 thing about that?" 5x5 is an old radio lingo thing. 5 means loud, and the first number is loudness. The second number is clarity. So 5x5 means full loudness, full clarity. And we just want to know people can hear us when we start the stream, and we're not just doing. Talking to ourselves here. That happened on the Starship stream. I was like talking to myself for like 20 minutes. I forget which one that was. And then really quickly, some super chats. Again, I thank the members. I also want to thank the super chatters because it helps us keep the lights on. Musical Wolves, thank you so much. They say, which tower will be launching? It's that one that's kind of in the middle-ish there. Musical Wolves always coming around.
Become much more obvious at T0.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's the broomstick in the center of the screen. And we've got Musical Wolves again with, is the 0G indicator a broom? Oh my god. Okay, really quickly, who wants to talk about the 0G indicator thing? Because people might not know what that is.
Yeah, so on... Oh, go ahead, Chris. You want to do it?
I was going to quickly make a point about the zero-G indicator. Remember when Little Earth went up on the initial one, where they were testing the Dragon, and Little Earth was seen on NASA TV? The company that made Little Earth did not know that was happening, and they sold out within an hour, and they were desperately trying to get more stock in because their orders were like 10 times what their stock levels normally were. So whatever they choose today, it'll be some stores going to sell out pretty fast.
Yeah. So it started with SpaceX Demo 1, which was actually an uncrewed flight, but they put one on the capsule anyway. And basically going forward, all of these Crew Dragon flights have had some sort of little like plushie or something like that, which is kind of loose in the cabin or just tethered loosely, so that as soon as second engine cutoff occurs and they're in microgravity, they're in weightlessness, you can see the indicator floating around the capsule, and that's your indicator that you're in 0G, hence the name 0G indicator. The Little Earth was from Demo 1. On Demo 2 was a dinosaur based on Bob and Doug's kids helped pick out, I think. And all the crew flights after that have had a couple different things. Inspiration 4 had that dog from St. Jude. Also, I mean, it's also not unique to Crew Dragon. Like Soyuz flights usually have something in the capsule as well. So it does apply to other crew vehicles too. We do not know what the 0G indicator on today's flight will be, but I'm sure we'll find out once the Dragon reaches orbit. So we'll have to stay tuned.
Yeah, you already answered my next question. Is this a SpaceX specific thing? Did they invent it? Where did it come from? But it really just makes sense to have something in the cabin to indicate, hey, we're strapped in, we're safe, but we're in zero gravity, people. It's cool.
Yeah.
And I have to do this. I just got word my mom is watching. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Jack's mum.
We're really professional here. I swear we're professional here. Let's see, but for real, Chris B, you mentioned the fact that the people that sold the Earth plushie, that version of the 0G indicator, they sold out really quick. I hope it's a broom as the 0G indicator, just so everyone runs out to like Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, and just buys a whole bunch of brooms.
That'd be amazing.
I would die 1,000 deaths. Okay, let's see. We're going to get this question. We might as well answer it right off the bat. Nicholas Theus is asking, is the Dragon toilet issue sorted out? I mean, the obvious answer is, they wouldn't be flying if it wasn't. But let's talk briefly about that toilet issue in case people don't know what that is, and if it was sorted out, which, of course, it was.
Yeah, so during Inspiration 4, there was basically depends on how much detail we want to get into. There was basically a drain line that came loose from its mounting bracket and sort of leaked. And they identified it while the Dragon was on orbit. They implemented their, contingency procedures for how the crew relieves themselves. They investigated, ironically, Crew Dragon Endeavour, which was docked to the International Space Station at the time, and made sure that its line was okay for the crew return. on that one. And then after Crew Dragon, Endeavour and Resilience was the one that flew Inspiration 4. After both of them came back, they redid that system, fixed it, and it has not been an issue on the Endurance, which is currently in orbit. So not an issue anymore. All fixed.
Excellent. Let's see. Well, thanks for asking the question, Nicholas. And again, ask the questions, people. If you have a question, ask it. We are 3.5 hours, just under 3.5 hours away from launch, so we've got time. We will answer your question. If you ask it now, there's a fair chance it's going to get answered. Non-zero. Sorry, Chris, what were you going to say?
Oh, and I was going to say, and about 20 minutes away from crew walkout. So, yes.
Excellent. Oh, I'm glad you have the timeline up. I probably should, too. Click some various Safari links. That's right, I use Safari.
Yeah, and we should point out that because this is a private astronaut mission, just like the Inspiration 4 flight in September of last year, the crew members do not utilize NASA's suit-up room in the operations and checkout building. So they have spent the night in SpaceX's new Hangar X facility. They will not be in their launch and entry pressure suits when they walk out of that building. They will get into the Teslas, and they will be driven to the launch, the LC-39A control building, which is actually right at the exterior perimeter of the pad. They will suit up there in SpaceX's own private suit-up room, and then basically get back in the Teslas and just go up the ramp to 39A and the rocket. So a little bit different than what we're used to for NASA missions, but expecting that to follow the Inspiration 4 model that we saw debuted about 7 months ago.
Excellent.
Wow, it's only been 7 months since Inspiration 4, and here's the next one. Wow.
Yeah, and then there's going to be a Polaris launch at some point this year as well, right? So
that's the plan in the fourth quarter of the year. Yep.
Amazing. Thomas, were you going to say something? I thought I heard you about to chime in with a useful nugget of info. Nope. No, never mind. Sorry.
I tried to think of something really quick. I don't have anything right now.
Chris, go.
Quick, say something witty.
Well, I don't know about witty. I just noticed there's a question which is kind of related to what Chris just said, that it's been only that time since Inspiration 4. Rough Rider Show, a long-time supporter of our channel, says, what's the fastest time from crew launch to crew launch from the US? Good morning, and don't burn my boxes, Jack. I know the answer as well. Isn't it crew 2 to crew 3?
For the quickest? Between two launches?
We were talking about previous to Dragon.
Oh, to Dragon.
Yeah.
It's Inspiration 4 to Crew 3.
There we go. So that's beating it. So they're beating their cadence each time, aren't they?
I love that trend. I love a graph that's not flat or declining, but a graph that has a nice little inclined plane going on there. Inclined planes are useful.
And they turned Endeavour around pretty quick on this one. On this one too, she came back in November of last year and is now ready to go again. So they're turning them around in about 4 or 5 months too. Yep.
Excellent. And also, Rough Rider Show at
on
some
that
point.
question really quick. Before Dragon, what was the answer? Because I think that's what Chris was thinking of at first.
Yeah, before Dragon with the exact same vehicle, it was Atlantis. It was the Atlantis. She managed to turn around 56 days launch to launch.
There we go.
Oh, you mean the best shuttle? That makes sense.
That's correct, John.
Endeavour disagrees, and Endeavour's on the pad, so Endeavour wins.
Wait. Dare I say the best space plane? I don't know. The X-37B is pretty cool. I don't want to open that can of worms. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it.
The can is officially open.
Yeah.
Oh man! But thank you, Rough Riders, for the support there, for the long time support, really. And at some point, you're going to get so many Apple boxes. I promise I won't burn them unless you keep asking me about them. Anyways, Rough Riders Show likes Apple products. Jason McGee, thank you for the support. They say, Chris G's excitement, knowledge, and way with words always reminds me of John Insprucker. Love it. Keep it up. That's high praise.
That's high praise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason McGee. I don't think he's wrong. Jonathan Jansen, thank you for the support. They say, how many Crew Dragons or non-Russian spacecrafts can dock at the ISS at the same time?
Good question. So there are currently 2 docking ports on the U.S. operating segment of the ISS for crew vehicles. They are used by both Crew Dragon and eventually Starliner, starting with the OFT-2 mission later this year. Right now, of course, that's only Crew Dragon, though. Also, the Cargo Dragon version 2 spacecraft use those same docking ports. So those two are it's actually a bit of a scheduling constraint to a certain degree, because coordinating the two different crew vehicles as well as some of the cargo logistics up between just two docking ports is not super easy, but they've made it work so far. A little bit longer term, and this ties in the Axiom space plan, Axiom will eventually be launching their own space station modules, in fact, not before too long. And expanding the ISS initially with the eventual goal of, once the ISS is ready for retirement, the Axiom modules can separate and fly as their own station. And the Axiom modules, the Axiom segment, will include their own docking ports. So that will also add a little bit of extra capability for docking crew spacecraft to the station, and then, of course, be the operational docking ports once Axiom station is free flying.
It's going to be really awesome when the Axiom station is free flying, hopefully. Well, probably, obviously, the ISS will still be up, and then at some point, Orbital Reef as well, right? Like, every now and then we get a good ISS pass here in California, or wherever you're at, you get a good ISS pass. But imagine if there was multiple space stations that were really nice and bright that you could take a look at. I mean, I guess you could go see Tiangong and whatnot, but I don't know. I'm excited for more human presence in space. Can you tell?
Yeah.
Indeed. And actually, I want to take a quick moment to talk about a potential change that we saw from Inspiration 4, because someone tapped me on the shoulder and told me to take a closer look at that timeline that they revealed for the crew this morning. It actually is suit donning and checkouts is what they should be doing right now, and then crew walk out at 8:12, transfer to the pad at 8:12, and arrive at the pad at 8:22. So not entirely sure what we're going to see as they come through here, but they might pass us. They might already be there. We're just going to have to wait and see. Things change from mission to mission. So we'll have to wait and see exactly where they are. But they should be putting their suits on right now, actually.
Very cool. Really quick, running through some more super chats before we get back to y'all's questions. Stefan Batiste says, "What is that broomstick connected to the launch tower?" That is a Falcon 9. You'd think I'd be tired with the broomstick stuff by now, but I'm just not. I love it. I love it. Tommy, thank you for the support. They say all boosters should have a door up by the grid fins, a grid fin door for the Quidditch Connect. Goes well. What are you making me read right now, Tommy? Goes well with the broomstick thing. Sorry, not sorry. Well, thank you for the support. I can't believe I just read that out loud.
I don't think I ever expected a Harry Potter reference on our streams.
Yeah, I guess we know what house Falcon 9 is. It's Gryffindor.
Can I digress just a second? We've got in York, where I'm from, we've got a street full of Harry Potter shops, and all the Harry Potter fans turn up, and they actually go down the street riding their broomsticks. I am not joking.
Sounds about right. Don't get me started about what people do at Disney World here. Anyways, Billy Hill.
But hey, wear your nerd flag proud, whatever it is.
I mean, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Billy Hill, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. And Ragfear, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Again, thank you to all of our members. Thank you so much. We could not do what we do without you. Let's see here.
I actually have a question, and it's one for Julia if we have time.
Yes.
All right. She just gave me that look. She knows it's coming. Julia, tell us about the recovery fleet for this one, please. Where's the booster going? What are we thinking here?
Okay, I can answer that. That's an easy one, actually. So we have Doug off of the coast of the Carolinas. Actually, if you went east from Savannah, you would run into, I do believe that's a shortfall of Gravitas out there right now. And then our other recovery vehicles are, well, we used to know them as Go Navigator and Go Searcher, but they are actually Shannon and Megan. So formerly known as Go Navigator is actually in Tampa. That is Megan no, wait. I'm confused. I don't have Gavin to correct me, but I'm still going to call them Navigator and Searcher for the moment because that's how they are in marine traffic. But they are in Tampa as well as in Port Canaveral, and they are in place to support this crew mission. Should there be an abort scenario and the capsule needs to be recovered, that is what they are there for. And as we know, there are no fairings on this mission, so we just have the drone ship and Doug out there at the recovery zone right now.
Excellent. Awesome. Always appreciate you sharing the fleet knowledge, Julia. Thank you for that.
And I wanted to ask her that because I wanted to say something too. Yesterday they had talked about the abort weather conditions up the corridor of the eastern seaboard of the United States, Canada, and across to Western Ireland. And yesterday they had mentioned that all of those were trending in the correct direction. They had their final weather briefing before getting into launch operation preparations today, and everything was still trending in that direction, and weather was looking 90% go here at the Kennedy Space Center for a liftoff at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So thank you, Julia. Thank you.
You're welcome, Chris.
You guys sound so cheery this morning, and I know why. It's because humans are going to go to space, it's always a good day. Any kind of time we're launching something into space, that's a good day. But humans going into space, that's especially special.
You know what, though?
What?
It's not only a beautiful morning because humans are going to space, but because we're out here with this wonderful team. So I get to work with, I see a lot of NSF people here, and we have you, and we have Michael, and we have Chris. So it's really amazing to have our whole community together sharing this around the world.
There's a reason I keep thanking the members and the super chatters. It's because we can't do what we do without them. And what we do is so darn fun, and it's awesome because we get to share this with everybody that can't be there in person, and it's a good old time. So if you're wondering why I ham it up a little bit, if you're wondering why I'm so hyper right now, it's because this is fun. This is fun to do, and thank you, everybody that helps us do what we do. Go team!
And your enthusiasm is infectious, Jack. Very
Excellent.
Infectious, yes.
Excellent. Here's a question right off the bat. Ron Kellertas? I always feel bad about butchering people's names, but hopefully I'm not doing too bad here. Ron is asking, who is Axiom? Who wants to explain the whole Axiom thing?
Axiom, yes. Okay, so Axiom is a company that was actually co-founded by a man named Mike Suffredini. And Mike Suffredini used to be the ISS program manager for the International Space Station. So you can kind of see where this is going. Axiom is basically a company that is looking to create a new space station. They want to enable that commercialization of research and utilization of stations in low Earth orbit. And one of the ways that they were looking at to do this right around the same time that NASA was looking for more commercialization options with the International Space Station and trying to push that forward, Axiom sort of came in and said, okay, well, hey, you're looking to add potentially new modules to the ISS. Well, here we are, a former ISS program manager, and here's our plan for how to create new modules, how to build out per NASA's plan and the request for proposals. So the Axiom sort of motto is that what they want to do is they want to add 3 or 4 modules to the International Space Station now over the next 4 years so that those modules can get up and running. People can get used to using them as the research modules on the station, get used to how to work with Axiom for NASA and other customers as well. And then in 2030, when we're ready to decommission the International Space Station after 32 years of being in orbit, the idea is you just detach the 4 or 5 Axiom modules that exist at that moment, and you still have a space station in orbit. You don't lose any of that capability that you have had over the last 32 years. People are already understanding how to work with Axiom and NASA in this new commercial station era. But more importantly, it gives that opportunity to gain that experience before we actually need the Axiom station when it's time to say goodbye to the ISS. So this is the first mission in that sequence, and that might sound weird because there's no Axiom module yet. We're actually still 2 years out from the first habitation module of their complex launching on its no earlier that date. But these week-long sortie flights are very important for Axiom and NASA in terms of learning precisely how they are going to work together in this initiative and this endeavor. And Axiom was also, in my opinion, very smart in how they went about this in terms of hiring Michael Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson, two incredibly accomplished former NASA astronauts, to sort of be the ones who are leading these initial Axiom missions because of their familiarization with spaceflight and the International Space Station. So in a nutshell, that's Axiom, and that's what they're trying to do with these flights.
That makes sense. Even though there's, like you said, there's no Axiom module on the station yet, but it's sort of a crawl, walk, run kind of situation here, and you got to start somewhere, and this is where they're starting.
Exactly.
Great question from Ron. Let's see. Here is a question from Mr. Snoo86. How about we ask this one to Julia? Julia, how's the weather out there? Is it okay?
Well, yes, it is sunny, and I will admit it is a slight bit chilly, and a little bit more than breezy. With that being said, this should not be anything that should be a concern for launch. These ground winds are kind of common here on the Space Coast. So I have hand warmers in my hand. Yes, I admit it. I am in Florida with hand warmers in my hand. Don't at me. It's a chilly, dry breeze, y'all.
And Florida for you. It makes you soft. The constant heat makes you soft. I'm just joking.
Yeah,
sorry,
that.
Chris.
Speak
Go
for
ahead.
yourself.
It did for me. Go ahead, please, Chris. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, but those liftoff winds, the ground winds that Julia were talking about, are actually predicted to be within limits. The sort of upper prediction of the maximum sustained winds is well within Falcon 9's liftoff capabilities. There was only and I'm going to go with this, a token 10% chance of liftoff winds scrubbing this today, and basically those high winds have not materialized. So we're looking good on that front so far.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Let's see. We answered that question. Here is a good one from Jelly Verbellion. I think that's the name. I'm starting to think you guys are faking me out with names here, but that's a pretty cool one. They're asking, what do you think is the limit on how many times the booster can be reused for crewed flights?
That is a fascinating question, and as infuriating as this answer probably is to you, the answer is we don't know, and I don't think they do either at this point. This is the 5th flight of this particular booster, so this will set a record in terms of how many times has the booster been used before a crew gets on top of it. I believe the previous record was 3 from Inspiration 4. And NASA has also gotten comfortable with using reflown boosters before for their crew flights. But exactly what their upper limit is for a crew, right now it's 5. Next month it could be 7. I don't. Later this year it could be 7. We just don't know yet. But I will say that is a good way when you look at like where is SpaceX with their reusability and the comfortability with the market with these with reusing the first stages of these Falcon 9s. The fact that we're seeing those boosters get increasingly higher in their flight rate number and launching crew is a good indication that things are going very well in terms of that reuse. And I will say too, the record to beat in terms of reuse is 39. So we are nowhere close to the historical record for how many times a crew mission a crew vehicle has been reused.
Yeah, we haven't actually over this particular mission yet, but the booster on this flight is Booster 1062, which debuted with 2 GPS missions and then launched the Inspiration 4 mission. So this booster actually did launch the more recent private Crew Dragon mission. It also launched a Starlink mission prior to being assigned to Axiom-1. And then the crew capsule on board, the Dragon capsule, is of course also being reused. It is Crew Dragon Endeavour of Demo 2 fame, the capsule that restored America's domestic launch capability to the International Space Station with Bob and Doug. It also launched the Crew 2 mission, so the second operational Crew Dragon flight. And so this is the third mission for this capsule. This capsule has flown 6 astronauts to the station already, or 6 astronauts to space, sorry. Oh, yeah, 6 to the station because all those astronauts went to station. And then the Falcon 9 booster adds an extra 4 humans because of the Inspiration 4 flight. So in total, this hardware has supported 10 humans before today, which is kind of neat.
And Endeavour herself has spent about 260 days in orbit so far as well.
Nice. That's quite exceptional. I feel like I should not be so surprised, I guess the word I would use is, by Dragon reuse so much. But I mean, as a person that grew up with the space shuttle, it should be normal-ish to me, right?
Indeed. And speaking of the space shuttle, the record to beat for cumulative time in space for a single crew vehicle is 365 days. Discovery currently holds that record, so as soon as a Dragon capsule beats that will be our fleet leader in terms of most number of days in space for a crew vehicle. So
I was about to ask that because shuttles did not stay for 6 months at a time on station. They would go up to
No.
station for a week or so at a time, or they'd free fly for a week or so. But they were not long duration in orbit vehicles. They kind of went up and back a little quicker than that.
And because we have Chris Bergen and Chris Gebhardt on the stream, I get to do this amazing thing. I assure all you listeners, they are not Googling this. Chris, let's go with Gebhardt. How many flights did Atlantis have?
33.
How many did Discovery have?
Okay, I can just do this. The answer is
Go,
10,
Chris.
25, 28, 33, and 39. Challenger, Endeavour, Columbia, Atlantis, Discovery, in that order. That's how many flights they flew.
See, I was gonna throw some to you, some to Chris Bergen, but I suppose we'll do it that way. We could just have
I can verify there was no Google involved. That was right off the top of his head.
It's too fast. It's too fast to Google. That's how you know. But seriously, it's really cool that they are able to reuse these Dragon capsules, and that we're getting back into the era, or a new era, of crewed vehicle reuse. And I'm hearing in the back channel that we have all-weather green, including the ascent corridor. So we are green on weather.
Which means launch, please. Technically go well. It feels like a launch day, so let's do this.
Yep, just under 3 hours and 9 minutes away, roughly, from T0. So get your questions in, folks, just at NASASpaceflight, and we will answer your questions like we just answered Jelly. I imagine this is like a Dutch or something, or maybe like Norwegian name, Jelly? Maybe it's Helle. Either way, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. You had a very excellent question, and more importantly, your question allowed us to riff about the shuttle. Let's see, really quick, before we get too far behind in the super chats, Kalstenstein, thank you for the support. They say, what potential launch this year are you looking forward to the most? SLS, Polaris Dawn, Falcon Heavy, Starship, or something else entirely? Thanks for the great coverage.
You know what? I want to hear Chris Bergen's answer to this.
Yeah, let's go around the horn. Bergen, you go first.
All of them? I can qualify each one there. Falcon Heavy, the debut maiden launch of that vehicle was absolutely stunning. I still look back on that live stream whenever I'm feeling a little bit down, because just everything about it was fantastic. The milestones achieved, the fact that it could have gone wrong at any point, and that they achieved everything apart from the center booster landing was just stunning. And I cannot wait for the next one to launch. Polaris Dawn is going to be huge because of where it leads to. And where it leads to is the potential of a crewed Starship launch. So we've got Starship coming after that as well, because Starship will first launch uncrewed. It'll then launch cargo missions, and Elon has said it will launch many, many times before it launches a crew. So you can see the pattern here. The pattern is all going across towards Starship being crewed, and that's when that incredible heavy lift launch vehicle will be able to take crew people along the path to a city on Mars. SLS, I'm just equally excited about, because SLS is almost like the glue in the plan because of Artemis. If you consider how Starship's important to HLS, the whole NASA budget plan surrounds SLS because of the industry support it's got and the political support it's got. So while SLS is on the pad next to the Falcon Heavy, the Falcon 9 we're looking at right now, that vehicle is very important because it just keeps everything progressing forward with Starship due to the HLS contract. So the answer is all of them, but I think the path forward with all those vehicles mentioned is incredibly exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I can't disagree with any of that. That's an excellent answer, even though it's not technically an answer since you said all of them. But Chris Gebhardt, how about you? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Chris said. If I had to pick one, it's SLS. I just 11 years in the making. I mean, it has been 11 years since I have heard really big solid rocket boosters and experienced those. If I had to pick one, it's SLS. Although I agree with everything Chris said about the importance of Polaris Dawn and where that one is taking us as well.
Absolutely. Oh man, don't make me choose between SLS and Starship. For the exact reasons you said, SLS is, if not number one, number two for me, because those big honkin' solids, I haven't heard those since I was a kid, and my gosh, a big solid, there's nothing quite like a big rocket motor like that just tearing the air asunder. Also, I must note it's going to have 4 shuttle engines, so it's not only going to be the sound of the shuttle. Man, we're really getting the shuttle references on this. It's not only going to be the sound of the shuttle, but the sound of the shuttle +1, which I am super excited for. I'm super excited to see everybody's remote photos of SLS. It's just going to be an amazing launch all around. Now that said, if we get a Starship orbital launch this year, oh man, I don't know that I can pick between the two. Both of those alone are amazing. And then we also have the first flight of Vulcan. You also have Polaris Dawn, as the question mentioned. We also have Falcon Heavy launches. Who doesn't love a heavy launch? There's also a Delta Heavy this year, I believe, later in the year. So this is going to be truly a banner year. And here we go. We've got the crew coming out. And that'll be coming out of Hangar X, right?
They might. All right, so they're. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think they're at the building close to 39A, which explains the timeline that we were talking about earlier. So they are. The reason we were saying that they're not gonna, drive past the press site here. At NASA missions, they get checked out at the Neil Armstrong Operations Building, and then there's a bit of a drive towards 39, the Launch Complex 39. However, for these private missions, Inspiration 4 and then Axiom-1, there's a checkout building right next to 39A, and that is where they currently are. So they already got transported there earlier. You see they just finished getting suited up, and the crew transport to pad takes like 5 minutes because they're just going to drive into the pad gate and get up the elevator. So they are at Launch Complex 39A already. They're right outside the gate, and they'll get into Teslas for a much shorter drive than some of the NASA missions.
Excellent. And you can see them getting into the Teslas right now. And while we watch them get into the Teslas, do we want to finish out this question really quickly here? Julia, what launch are you most excited for this year?
Well, not to be on some sort of a bandwagon, but well, actually, hold on. Let me rephrase that. I am enjoying watching Cape wake up, Cape and Kennedy Space Center. So today I see 2 rockets on the pad, and one of them being one I have been waiting for since I moved here 6 years ago. But just to the south of us, there are a lot of providers that are waking up some of those old pads. With that being said, though, SLS, that's the one I'm waiting for. I did not get to hear those big solids as a kid. I did not get to see a shuttle mission, although I did go to space camp, but that was in Huntsville. So I am a child of the shuttle era who didn't see a shuttle launch in person. So this is kind of my shuttle moment, and I'm really enjoying seeing a big orange rocket in front of me right now.
Super excited for you for that. I am extra thankful that my parents got me out there. I think they had to write a senator or something, and we got a car pass and went out to the causeway and saw, I think, STS-88. I gotta figure that out. But either way, it's gonna be awesome when SLS goes.
I just one quick thing, because last week I got the opportunity to do the boat tour with Starfleet Tours and everything, to go out and to see SLS on the pad and everything like that. I just got to say, if you go see SLS, you have to blast the Apollo 13 soundtrack. That just makes it when you look at that moon rocket. Yep.
Love it. And here we go. We've got the Teslas rolling over to pad 39A, and you can see the crawlerway right there, the old shuttle crawlerway. Those 2 strips of gravel with the green strip of grass in the middle of them, that is the old crawlerway. And you can see a whole bunch of remote cameras, too. All the different launch photographers' remote cameras. That's one of the remote camera spots right there. You can see the various tripods set up. That's kind of nifty.
Secrets!
Yeah. oh, I'm fired. Let's see. So we had Julia's answer. Thomas, what launch are you most excited for as we watch these 3 Teslas roll a short distance over to 39A?
Well, yeah, not to sound like a broken record here, but I'm going to say pretty much the same thing as far as what is the most important mission, the mission that's going to advance our space exploration the furthest in one flight this year. I have to go Artemis 1, the SLS uncrewed test flight. That's got to be the most impactful mission that's going to launch this year.
Wow. Do you think... I bet you some people would not expect us to, because since we cover Starship so much, to have so many people on stream saying SLS. Do you think our answer is predominantly SLS and not Starship? because we don't think Starship will launch this year, or do we think it's more significant that the SLS is going since it's so long in the making? I think the latter, but I don't know. What do you?
So for me personally, it's a little bit of both. I am not convinced Starship will happen this year. It totally could. It's very much on the table.
I bet it
But
will. I bet it will.
Speaking of which, they're going to go past it. They're going to go past the pad area where Starship 39A is being built.
Yep.
Yeah, right there on the lower right.
In a wonderfully cropped image that you can't see the Starship.
That's cheeky of them, isn't it? Come on, pan out. Zoom out even.
But to piggyback off of what Thomas said as we watch the astronauts, arrive at the pad, and we should see them get out and take a photo with their rocket and go see it, which is sort of a crew tradition on launch day to go look at the vehicle you're going to call home for the next few weeks. But to what Thomas was saying about his answer for SLS and Starship, it's not that I don't think Starship has a chance of launching or won't launch this year. It is still very much a prototype. SLS is the actual vehicle with very few exceptions within Orion for just things they just don't need when you're not putting a crew on. So that's the operational vehicle, and that's why it wins in my answer.
Yeah, that's the other part of mine. Is just that the first Starship test flight, if it does happen this year, is a little bit different from the version of Starship that will fly humans, that will be a moon lander, things like that. Don't get me wrong. The second most impactful mission that will hopefully launch this year is the Starship test flight. And there's a lot of that will get accomplished on that test flight. However, I'm half because I'm not sure SLS is more sure to launch this year, and half because the Starship flight is further from the more operational capability than SLS, which is almost a full-up operational vehicle already. That's why I'm just leaning slightly towards the SLS flight will be slightly more crucial to the overall space program.
But that makes me want to put Starship first because it's a test flight, because you never know what's going to happen. It could get 10 feet off the pad and go kaplowy.
Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. We're all looking forward to that element of it too, right? That's super exciting. It's just, my answer of like most impactful mission that might launch this year, I just go Artemis 1 there.
And I think we have a new merchandise idea, just a Batman-style kaplowy from Jack.
Stop listening to words I say. And we can see they're out of the Tesla. They are standing at the pad for those photos like we talked about. Sorry, Chris, what were you going to say? I cut you off.
And dancing. They're dancing.
Who wouldn't be there about to go to space?
I would be dancing. I'd dance the whole way down the crew access arm. Are you kidding me?
Oh, no.
Jack, dare I say that your enthusiasm is so infectious, it is out at the pad right now.
Awesome. That's an honor. Thank you, Julia. Maybe someday I'll be out at the pad and dancing. Let's see. Oh, here's a fun one. We have a super chat, a very generous one from a Mr. Jack Byer, which would be my dad. Hi, Dad. With no text, no text to riff on. That's right, I'm a junior. But hi, Dad. Thank you for the super chat. You're awesome. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say when broomstick merch? Maybe in a little bit here. Like maybe this stream. I don't know. We'll see. Stay tuned.
Indeed.
Karen Benson Gramp, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. We super appreciate all the members once again, and you can see the crew members are heading over to the elevators, and they're going to be heading up the launch tower here shortly. JML, a $5 for y'all now. Back to work. Thank you so much, buddy. Damn Fad, thank you so much for becoming a PadRat member.
Okay, who is that? Who is that dancing? Who is that crew member?
Good question.
Was that Larry? That's Larry. That's Larry Connor. Okay, that's the pilot, Larry Connor.
They've got some moves.
Yeah, Larry or Mike. Yeah.
Let's see. But yeah, thank you, Damn Fad. And we're getting a lot of members on this stream, which is awesome. Like, I always love to see the new members. So thank you so much, all of you. Kev Newman, thank you for the support. They say, what year mission was the astronaut telephone added to the top of the launch tower? This is perfect. This is perfect timing for this question, because if y'all don't know, there's a whole phone tower thing. Like, let's talk about that. There is a phone on the launch tower at 39A. It is a historic item, and it is of hallowed. Is hallowed the right word? I think so.
Yes, it is.
It's a very special thing. Chris, do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. So I asked Julia for confirmation of this. So that the phone that exists on the tower at 39A is from the beginning of the shuttle program. This is the phone that the crew members, then we will most likely see all 4 of them use it today as well. This is their last chance to call their loved ones and speak to their family before they board the rocket and go to space. And this phone, when 39A was being reconfigured for Falcon 9 and for SpaceX, was, as the story goes, was something that some people didn't realize the significance of it, but Elon himself did and said, no, we need to save that. And that's a piece of history that stays. We don't change that. So the phone that you will see them use is one from the shuttle program. And Jack, when you say Hallowed, and Hallowed in that way, that is the phone that the Columbia astronauts used on STS-107 to call their loved ones. So Hallowed is correct in that regard.
Yeah, it's quite a special device. It's one of those things about going to space that makes an ordinary object like a telephone extraordinary. And it's I don't know, it's part of the whole, various traditional things that are done ahead of the crew launch. And it's not really like a superstition, it's more of like we follow in the footsteps of those before us kind of thing. And it's really special, and here we go. We can see the crew members on the phone right now. If there's like a super duper space nerd in chat, what model Bell telephone is this phone? Because it's got like kind of oversized, hilarious buttons because, spacesuit gloves. I would really like to know what model Bell telephone this is, if anybody knows, because I'm a total AT&T and Bell system nerd. I wonder if Nathan knows that. Let's see. Michael is asking, are there catenary wires off that single lightning suppression tower? So on the top of the tower, there's that big white mast that you can see there. Are there catenary wires coming off of that? Who knows?
Yep, there sure are. So yeah, the 39A only has the one lightning protection tower, and it's just the mast on top of the fixed service structure or the crew access tower, depending on who you ask what that tower is called. But there are catenary wires coming down from it. You will also see, not to be confused with the lightning system, there are some zipline wires that come down from the crew access arm level of the fixed service structure, which is of course used for emergency evacuations of the pad should that be necessary. And those kind of come down from the crew access tower all the way down to the ground, off to the side of the pad so that the crew can evacuate if needed. So you might also be seeing those, which are of course a different system.
Got it. Thank you, Thomas. Let's see. What else do we have here? Don't forget, y'all, you can ask the questions. Just type at NASASpaceflight and ask away. Let's see. Dan is asking, how long until they rendezvous with the ISS?
They are scheduled to dock at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow, 12:45 UTC. So it is about a 20-ish hour rendezvous with the International Space Station this time around.
Excellent. Daniel in chat is saying, "What's the phone number for the phone?" Just imagine all the astronauts are sitting there waiting to have a special conversation with their loved ones, and it just starts ringing like some sort of payphone on the side of 7-Eleven.
We're trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
The area code isn't the area code 321?
It is.
It is.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's 321-867-5309.
Oh my God, Julia, you just got me so good. I'm not even mad. That's amazing. You effectively just rickrolled me in my mind. Let's see.
I love you, Jack.
Jonathan Jensen, thank you for the support. They say, love you guys and what you do. Would a laboratory version of Starship make space stations obsolete? I don't know about obsolete, but it would certainly be interesting. And
yeah, not obsolete, but just give us more.
Yeah, right. More space, more better. Colston thank you for the support. They say, I was wondering, can you get Falcon 9 and SLS on the pad in one frame? Did anyone use that photo op? Oh, a bunch of people did. Especially John Krause, who did a fantastic job capturing that historic moment. Is that something you can see and get right now, Chris? Or is it kind of like, point at Falcon 9? Or is it sort of your angle isn't just right? Or how's that working? And as we watch the crew members make that final call.
Yeah, we're a little crowded at the press site. I could zoom it out. If I did, you would see CNN's immense setup right next to us, though, right in frame with SLS. But yes, we could get that in frame, and Nathan Barker got several of those at the pad yesterday, along with Stephen Marr and everything with both of them in the pad, and of course from
That's
Playa
right.
Linda as well.
Thank you for that.
Nathan's been getting a lot of those this week.
I saw Nate's photos earlier, and those were really exceptional. And I gotta go look at Steven's right now. But here we go, crew walking down the access arm, all smiles. This is the moment they're going to sign the wall, right? Is that the next thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that gesture? He pointed to his hand and then shrugged. Anyone have any idea what that was?
Oh, he might have been talking to one of the ninjas that's in front of them, or the camera guys in front of them. Yeah.
Interesting. Let's see. We got one call going still. We've got 2 crew members walking down the access arm, and we've also got Mr. Chris Bergen. Chris, are we about to lose you, buddy?
Yes, I'm going to go back and do my day job. But I will check in ahead of launch, obviously. I'm not going to miss this for the world.
Awesome. Well, thank you for hanging out with us and sharing your knowledge. Always appreciated.
My pleasure.
And here we go. They're signing the wall. Julia, Thomas, who wants to talk about the wall signing here? You can see a bunch of other names.
Yeah, so that was a tradition that started with Bob and Doug on the Demo 2 mission, SpaceX's first crewed flight. The tradition of every astronaut who's going to fly on, walk across that crew access arm to their crew vehicle does get to sign the wall of the crew access arm. And of course, as the number of flights grows, there's going to be more and more signatures up on that wall. There's still plenty of room right now, but of course, the Crew Dragon program is ramping up pretty quickly. So you can see the names of all the astronauts that have flown on Crew Dragon so far, and that includes NASA missions and private missions like today's or Inspiration 4, and of course, all the demo and crew flights.
Right, there's the NASA, there's the meatball on one side, and the SpaceX X logo on one side, and the private missions sign the X logo, and the NASA missions sign the meatball.
Exactly.
Very cool. We got the next 2 walking down the access arm. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna cut out the goofiness for a moment and just consider if you will, what it would feel like to walk down this access arm towards your spaceship and to sign that wall just feet away from the Dragon capsule that is going to launch you into space. This has got to feel absolutely amazing for each of these 4 individuals, and I'm so excited for them and their flight today. So
it would be the dream of a lifetime, Jack. That's my answer to it.
Absolutely. But I really want to underscore that. Like, we see so much crazy stuff in the movies and on TV, but like, this is really happening right now. That's what we do. This is a live stream. They are about to go to space. Imagine what that would feel like. Take a moment, really think about it. It's absolutely astounding that this is something that we can do, and I'm excited to see this mission progress. All right, let's jump into some more questions, shall we?
Let's go.
Let's see. Sean is asking, well, first off, they're saying they're from Southern Oregon, so awesome. It's always cool to see where everybody around the world is watching from. Sean is asking, how long will they be up? How long is this mission going to go?
10 days, 8 of which will be docked to the ISS.
Excellent. So 8 days, sorry. Wait. Say that again.
10-day total mission, 8 of those docked to the ISS.
So 2 days of free flight, 8 days on the ISS. Nice.
That is correct. Yes.
Let's see. What else do we got here? Panda Man is asking, did you watch the Cyber Rodeo? I didn't. I need to. I don't know if anybody else here did, but that's not really what we're talking about today. We're talking about space stuff today.
I had no time yesterday for anything aside from Axiom-1 and all those preps.
But definitely excited
like
to
2
check
hours
that out.
of sleep. Yeah, all was focused on Axiom yesterday.
Makes sense.
Just realize how good everything's fine. We're operating on all cylinders, guys. No worries.
Literally all cylinders. If you've seen the amount of coffee that I just drank, all cylinders. It's like, it's like all caps in like shaky text. Because I'm jittery. Let's see. Another question.
Can I ask a question?
Julia, you can always ask a question, please.
I like asking questions too. So, Chris or Thomas, can you tell me how crowded is it going to be for sleeping arrangements? Because we were just talking about sleep and the lack that you guys have. How crowded will that be for things like sleeping?
Yes, that is a great question, and I saw an answer on the Twitterverse. So if I get like a minute to Google that to make sure I don't get it wrong. I definitely have an answer for that.
All right. Thank you.
Just interrupt me when you got it, Thomas, because who cares what I have to say? Let's see. Where is that question? Where did that question go? Here we go.
I found it.
Yep,
It
perfect.
was on Christie's Twitter thread, so it was easy to find. So the Axiom-1 crew, one of the crew members will sleep in the Endeavour capsule itself. One is going to sleep within the Quest airlock, which is the airlock they usually use for spacewalks. And then 2 of them are going to be sleeping in the Columbus module, which has 2 new sleeping areas that they flew up last year.
This is what I get for turning around to get the answer to another question when I'm asked a question that's on my Twitter feed. Yeah.
So wow, so we're like totally doing the treehouse sleepover,
Yeah.
find a unique place to sleep situation. That's kind of cool.
And that ties into another part of the conversation we haven't really talked about is how many people will be in space while this mission is up there. Because as we're getting these like short duration private missions that either go to the ISS or just go to orbit, and we have the addition of the Chinese space station, we're getting the numbers of people in space at any one time up there. I know we talked about this earlier. Do you want to overview? Like, we're not breaking record quite, but we're close. Like, you want to talk about it?
Yeah. So what Thomas is referring to, so the record right now for total number of people in space, note I did not say orbit, in space is 16. However, the record for the number of people in orbit at the same time will actually be tied with this mission. Between the 7 who are on the ISS, the 4 that are on Dragon, that will bring the ISS crew complement to 11 for a brief period of time. And to 11. And when you add in the 3 people who are on, the 3 taikonauts who are on board the Chinese space station, on board the Tiangong, that will bring the total number in orbit to 14, which will tie the record that was set back in September when we likewise had 7 on the station, 4 on Inspiration 4's Dragon, and 3 on the Tiangong space station from China. So tying a record for orbital, not breaking the overall record for space when you account for the suborbital up-down flights that take place every once in a while, which has how we actually broke the record to 16 with Blue Origin and New Shepard flying a suborbital flight at the same time that we had quite a few people up in orbit as well.
Very
Chris,
cool.
what is the record for most occupants on the ISS at any one time?
7 and 6 equals 13. So 13. There you go.
Yay, math.
And those were when the shuttle. Yeah, it's early and I haven't had enough coffee. So yes, math. Woo! So yeah, the record on the station is 13, and that's when we had upped the crew complement to 7 on board the space station, and upped it to 6 on board the space station, and then a 7-member shuttle crew came up every once in a while. So that's how we have done that in the past.
Very cool. Oh, I'm like 5 minutes late to this joke, but we were talking about sleeping arrangements. Whoever gets to sleep in Crew Dragon, they're like, that's the person that's like, I got top bunk. Like they get the cool spot.
I think based on one of the recent crew flights, it might have been Crew 2 or Crew 3, the commander of the mission usually gets dibs on that one. I don't know if that is true for the Axiom-1 flight, but Michael Lopez Alegria might have called dibs on Dragon sleeping arrangements.
Well, and to be fair, I want to point this out just a little bit. That might make a lot of sense because one of the points of this mission is how do these private crews interact with the NASA crews? What is it like to sleep on the ISS? Because one thing Axiom is trying to understand is how do you actually operate in space? What works on the ISS that you'd be foolish to change? But hey, these modules were also designed in the 80s and the early 90s. Things have changed. Technology has changed. Like all the stuff that's outside the space station can largely be inside now because of how small things have gotten. And hey, you learn, right? And part of the ISS is learning to provide that data to future space stations. So it would make sense if they had Mark, Itan, and Larry as the ones living in the ISS who have no experience with this whatsoever to get their insight on that versus Mike Lopez Alegria, who's visited it 3 times and commanded it once for several months. So that makes a lot of sense in terms of if they let Mike LA is how he actually likes to be referred to. But if they let Mike LA sleep inside Dragon, that would make a lot of sense for the overall points of the mission.
Got it. And you talk about the things that they're going to learn. I think one of the things they already learned is you need to bring the right cable to charge your phone. Like you said, all this stuff is designed in like the 80s and 90s. It's probably like FireWire 400 out there. Like this is not even USB 2, definitely not USB C. It's got like you got to have a couple dongles for that. I'm sorry. I apologize.
But
I'm sure.
Jack, how many cup holders does it have?
Never enough.
Is there still a floppy disk kind of hanging out around there too?
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
guessing?
floppy
That would
disk
be amazing.
technology, that'd be amazing.
That would be amazing. Let's see. And can we talk about the sleeping arrangement thing a little bit more? Thomas, you said that they brought up 2 new sleeping spaces. How exactly did you phrase that?
So yes. So the Columbus module has 2 new areas in it that will be used for crew quarters. They were flown up on one of the resupplies last year. They're pretty simple. They're more or less, think of it as a kind of a hammock kind of deal. That kind of gets, there's that. There's also those little cabinets that they basically have where you do have like an actual door that closes. So it might have been those. I don't know if they actually specified. But they are these very small sleeping arrangements. Obviously, it's not super expansive. But just small little installations that you can put in a module, and that gives the crew a little bit of privacy and a place to sleep for the night.
Kind of like cubby holes.
Yeah, that's maybe the best way to describe it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you might not think about it, just not knowing, but you can't really sleep in. Oh, wow. There's your Falcon 9 and SLS shot there on the left side of the screen. Oh my goodness, what a helicopter shot.
Okay, they're showing it, so I've got to talk about it.
Okay, go.
Okay, the last time 2 crew vehicles were on the 2 launch pads at the Kennedy Space Center was May of 2009, when Atlantis was on A and a different Endeavour was on B. And that was because Atlantis was going to the Hubble telescope, and at the end of the shuttle program, they had to have another vehicle. They didn't have to. They, for safety reasons, wanted this to have another shuttle ready to go to rescue a crew in case another Columbia-style foam impact happened. So Endeavour was on Pad B, getting readied for that flight when Atlantis lifted up. That was not the last time both pads were occupied, though. The last time they were both occupied, I'm going to swing it to our man Thomas because his favorite rocket was involved.
Ares 1X was on pad 39B at the time for its test flight. I'm going to go back to Chris because I don't remember what shuttle was on
Atlantis 129.
There you go. See the walking shuttle encyclopedia. But yeah, so a shuttle on 39A, Atlantis, and Ares 1X was on pad B. But not fair to call Ares 1X a crew vehicle, so fine.
And that was also 2009. So it has literally been 13 years since we have seen this. And that, I set the alarm for 4:45 one morning the first time they were both out because I was no way I was missing that. But yes. And
years.
I also kind of want to...
It's too long. I'm glad we're back where we're at. What were you going to say, Chris?
Well, I actually want to talk, and Jack, do we have any questions in the queue about how quickly SpaceX is planning to execute the next crew mission off of this pad in 12 days. 13 days, yes.
I don't see one, but no, let's talk about it, please.
Okay. So I got this question came up of when was the last time that we launched 2 crew missions from the United States within a 1-month period. And the basic answer to that is you have to go back to 2001 when we had the Discovery and the Atlantis launching off of A and B for 2 missions to the International Space Station, one of which Mike Lopez Alegria was on. So woohoo on that one. But that was the last time we did it in what would basically be considered a month-long period, a 31-day period. But we needed both pads to do that. The last time 2 crew missions in the United States went off of the same launch pad in the same calendar month was October 1985, when Atlantis went on her maiden voyage in the early part of the month, and then Challenger followed off of Pad B 17 days later. Let that sink in. They launched 2 shuttles in 17 days off the same pad. That was a record turnaround for Pad 30, and it was Pad 39A. So the last time we did this was quite a while ago. Now, SpaceX will stand to break that record because it's only 13 days right now between it's the 8th to the 21st, so that is roughly 13 days. Am I doing that right, Thomas? Yes, he's nodding. Yes, cool. So 13 days between missions, so that will break the record if they can maintain that. Now, they're doing it with 2 different Dragons. One of them is new, and they will have enough time, per what Benji Reed said yesterday at the pre-launch press conference, that does in fact leave them enough time to overview the Endeavour systems, get in there, sort of get some visual, get some old Mark I eyeballs, as DOS calls it, on the hardware, and get comfortable with, okay, we saw nothing on Endeavour that would prevent us from launching Freedom a few days after Endeavour comes back. But it's quite an accomplishment. 2 crew flights within 13 days of one another is quite an accomplishment.
Indeed it is. And we've got all 4 crew members in their seats now. They are all strapped in or getting strapped in. It looks like there might be one more person to strap. But I'm just, wow. I appreciate you, Julia, saying the whole thing about the Cape, awakening. It's like a sleeping giant that has sort of been poked in the eye one too many times and is now coming alive with many vehicles, revitalizing some of the older pads, seeing 2 crew vehicles on 39A and B simultaneously for the first time in 13 years. This is cool. This is really cool. I'm getting hyped up about the fact that we're revving up the whole space program again.
Just think about the variety of vehicles that will be out here. Small launchers, right?
Yep.
And gigantic launchers. So, and everything in between. I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah. Yep. And it's worth...
No opportunity where someone sticks one of the small side launchers in a... Oh, wait, no, I'm not. Okay, go. When someone sticks a small side launcher and puts it in a fairing of a giant rocket just because it'd be funny. But maybe that's only a Kerbal thing. I don't know.
No, I mean, it's a Kerbal thing for sure, but it would be amazing. Go ahead.
I do have a question, and maybe Chris will know this one because off the top of my head, I'm actually blanking. We're talking about the launch schedule, but these are all crew missions that are going to be coming back as well, and we've also got the Crew Dragon that's already on the International Space Station, and there's a crew handover happening somewhere in here. So correct me if I'm wrong here. So Axiom-1's going to launch. It's going to be up there, docked for 8 days. Axiom-1 is also the next Crew Dragon to come back, right?
Yes.
So
Axiom-1
does an up and back before...
I have to stop you really quick. Right there is the Starship pad. You can see the beginnings of the Starship pad in the camera shot on screen. That's what that is there on the right. You can see they're building a launch tower. All right, I just wanted to... I had to say that. I saw it. I had to say it. Please continue, Thomas.
Yeah, there's actually, we can also just comment on, there are segments of the orbital launch tower for Starship undergoing fabrication at the SpaceX facility, which we all have to drive past to get to the press site. So pretty cool to see them working on that. But back to the Crew Dragon. So Axiom-1 will do an up and back before any actual crew rotation occurs. Because, of course, the Axiom-1 crew, they're not technically part of like the expedition crew on the ISS. They're more a visiting crew, even though they will be operating on the station itself. But once that happens, Crew 4, which is the brand new Crew Dragon Freedom, will launch to the station first, and then after they arrive, the Crew 3 Dragon, which is Dragon Endurance, will return Earth. And so it's another direct handover where the 2 U.S. crews overlap for a couple days. So that is the upcoming ISS logistics schedule, if you will.
Yeah, and that's a good point. 3 crew vehicles in space in 1 month. That's a good point, right? We sometimes forget Endurance is still up there.
American ones. That's not even counting the two Soyuz that are done. Or is
no. What you were just saying is exactly what I meant. For SpaceX, having 3 crew vehicles in orbit in the same month is also, we need to remember Endurance is still up there with Crew 3,
And also, I mean, just talking about other crew vehicles, the Shenzhou 13, are we on 13 or 14?
Wait, what's the current? It's 13.
Crew? The current one's 13, I think. Is coming back in the middle of this month. They're returning from the Chinese space station. So there's a whole lot of crew rotations going on throughout the various low Earth orbit destinations.
And kind of odd that it's a total coincidence that it's spring and fall that the crew rotations end up being for all of our space stations. And my goodness, how lovely it is to be able to say that plural.
Can't wait till we can add Gateway to the list.
And Orbital Reef.
Yeah, I'm think Gateway's probably the next one.
Yep.
PP and Halo probably launched before the first. I mean, because the first Axiom module is going to launch around there too, but that's not going to free fly at first. So I think they probably beat orbital reef out, but I don't know. That would be interesting. We're poised to keep growing our number of space stations, which is just an excellent thing to be able to say. I agree.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Your Space Journey. Thank you so much for the support there, bud. Jonathan Jensen, thanks for the support. They say, love from the Netherlands. Are SpaceX and Axiom in an exclusive partnership, or can Axiom fly astronauts with another provider?
They can. Well, right now there is no other provider. Let's be very clear about that. SpaceX is the only crew launch capability that the United States has right now. So right now the answer is SpaceX. But they did say yesterday in the press conference, Axiom did confirm that that there are, quote, options available once Starliner is certified, but that's about as far as they went with that.
Let's see here.
However, I will point out, I think we all know the rocket that will eventually launch the Axiom missions. Pretty sure that's going to be a Falcon Heavy. Yeah, the actual modules.
Yeah.
Although that's not confirmed. But I mean, when you
Dragon, good morning. Stand by for umbilical comm checks.
Good morning, Hawthorne.
On the right-hand side of your screen, that is SpaceX Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE, Arthur Berriold, seated here at Hawthorne Mission Control.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
CDR has you loud and clear.
PLT, loud and clear.
MS1, loud and clear. MS2, loud and clear.
And CORE, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is now complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
We're standing by for ground station comm check.
NSF has them loud and clear. NSF has them loud and clear.
All right, we can go to space. Are we gonna get it? I'm like, should I shut up and listen, or should I talk? Let's talk about that tone that we're hearing while they do those comm checks. That like beep, boop. That's called a. Oh, wait.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Endeavour, loud and clear on the ground station.
CORE, loud and clear. Ground station comm check is complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
Chris, explain what TDRS... Oh, never mind. Maybe? Somebody explain TDRS in like one sentence.
Tracking and Data Relay Satellite, NASA's big communication network.
Thank you. Does that use the Deep Space Network, or is that a separate thing?
Separate thing.
Thank you.
Deep Space Network is for communicating with our probes and rovers on other planets.
Duh, Jack. It's kind of in the name, like Deep Space Probe. It's not called, or Deep Space Network. It's not called the LEO Network. That's called TDRS.
And the Deep Space Network actually sort of takes over at an altitude above the geostationary belt. It can cover things closer than that, but it's...
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Endeavour, loud and clear on TDRS.
And CORE, loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
MD is mission director,
Dragon,
LD is launch director.
On countdown 1, comm check.
Good morning, Anna. I hear you loud and clear.
Good morning. I hear you loud and clear as well. stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Loud and clear on Dragon to ground also. Good morning.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon LD on countdown 1, comm check.
They want good to be with you this morning. You're loud and clear.
And good morning to you too, Michael. I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon LD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Endeavor, you're still loud and clear.
And LD, loud and clear. Godspeed today, fellas. Let's go have some fun.
Indeed.
Endeavor SpaceX launch configuration comm checks are now complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Roger, stand by.
Now they're going to rotate the seats into position now that comm checks are complete. I like the exchange there. Godspeed, and then they replied, indeed. Very cool. So really quickly, the tones that we're hearing, because I know we're going to get the question, the tones that we hear on either side of the transmission.
Oh, nope.
All right, here we go for seat rotation. Quindar tone. It's a tone. Chris, you want to tell us what the tone is, and I'll shut up about it finally.
Yeah, it's basically, as I understand it, it's an audio cue to understand that the channel is open to speak to. It's like a beep. Hey, your microphone is hot. Be careful what you say. You're broadcasting at this point.
Makes sense. Let's see. Deckett, thank you so much for the support, becoming a Red Team member. Again, I know I keep saying it, but it really serves a purpose. The membership program keeps the lights on, keeps NSF running. I mean, I don't know how many ways I can say it, but it really needs to be mentioned that our members keep us going. So thank you so much to all our members. There's various levels of support that y'all can check out. You get various levels of perks with those various levels of support. There's Discord access. There is like preview videos that go live before the full daily videos. There's all kinds of member perks that you can get. So check out the membership program. Thank you so much to Deckett for becoming a Red Team member. Can't do what we do without y'all members. So thank you so much. It's the way that we're able to bring all of this awesome spaceflight stuff to everybody around the world. It's like you are funding this news network, really, is that what we are. So thank you so much to all of our members. Let's see. Musical Wolves, thank you so much. They say, what is the record for the most number of vehicles docked to the ISS at the same time? We kind of touched on this earlier in terms of what was the max capacity was, but what's the current record?
Well, the current record would probably have been if there were 2 Progresses and 2 Soyuz on the Russian side and a Crew Dragon and a Cargo Dragon, or 2 Crew Dragons doing a handover when a Cygnus is there as well. So the record is 7. Yeah.
And there go the seats, rotating into place. I love that he's got they've got watches on, like on the outside of their suits. Oh, that's amazing. Let's see here. Own High. Thank you for the support. They say you get to fly on a Falcon, but you get to choose new booster or pre-flown. What do you choose? If pre-flown, how many flights should it have done? Wow. This is a really good question. I'm going to go pre-flown, and I don't care how many flights, but if it's flown before, I trust it. Chris, what do you think? Pre-flown or new booster if you're going to fly on a Crew Dragon?
My honest answer is I wouldn't care.
That's the best answer. Good job.
Yeah.
You win. Thomas?
Yeah, I think I would be pleased in the configuration. I don't think I'd have any strong preferences, but it'd be cool to go on a reused booster, just a little extra cool factor, but on something that's already been in space before.
Thomas, in another life, is a delegate from the neutral planet. He has no strong opinion one way or the other.
A beige alert, you might say.
Oh no, you just haven't asked the right questions, Greg. I got plenty of strong opinions.
Oh, the gauntlet has been thrown down. Let's see here. I saw a question that I wanted to ask. They just closed their helmets. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Basically, the question was, how long are they going to be in their suits? Like, do they stay in the suits the whole way up for the day until they get to the ISS, or how does that all work?
We have a list of activities that I can pull that up for. They will take their suits off about 40-ish minutes after liftoff.
Excellent. And that was from Cynthia Shelby Lane. Thank you for the good question, Cynthia. And thank you, Chris G, for having the timeline ready to go.
And then, hang on, and then they will put them back on tomorrow morning just before 5 a.m., so about an hour and 45 minutes prior to docking, they will put them back on for the docking operation.
Sense, right? When you get into proximity with the ISS, you just want to have all contingencies accounted for, which means put on your suit. Oh, and we have a super chat from Cynthia Shelby Lane, a very generous one. Thank you, Cynthia, so much. She says, Godspeed, have a great flight. Indeed. See, now I get to say indeed in response to Godspeed. And Olga, thank you for the support. They became a Pad Rat member, and Stephen Langs became a Red Team member. So cool. So thankful to see all of the new members. Getting a lot on this stream, which is, it makes me so happy, because, you better believe we've got stuff in the works and stuff that we want to do, that that we're trying to ramp up to do, and it's just that we can't do it. We could not do any of it without the member support. So thank you, all of you, so much. I really hope to goodness that I'm not annoying anybody with the thankfulness there, but it's so key. Let's see, what else do we have here? Questions. Ask your questions, everybody. Quantum World is asking, what experiments will they be carrying out in space?
Yeah, so this is an interesting part. They have not talked about a great deal of the experiments. We know there are 25, and they're sort of split between biomedical sciences. Some is geophysical. There are also like STEM outreach initiatives that Etan Stibbe is doing on his Arakia mission, is how I was told it is said. So a wide variety, but like some of the stuff that Mark Pathy, the Canadian on this flight, is working on, he's going to be looking at some stuff that actually will help understand crop yields in so using space to understand how much corn is in this field, how much soybeans are in this field, like how can we help agriculture from that standpoint. Larry Connor and Mark Pathy are also involved with research hospitals, the Mayo Clinic out of Ohio for Larry, a children's hospital out of Montreal for Mark. So a lot of stuff that goes into child research, child health research, especially for Mark and the children's hospital in Montreal. For Larry, a lot of that is about aging and how the body changes with time, and what are these experiments can help us reduce the effects of aging, or look at, hey, this is a condition that pops up that can be somewhat painful or provide discomfort, and how can you study those types of alterations to the body and potential mitigation factors to help us here and now. So it's a wide range of experiments, and I do have to say, the one I'm kind of really intrigued about, it's not exactly biomedical, but holoportation. Holographic transportation of something on Earth up to the ISS is something that they are going to be doing on this flight again. So if you're a Star Trek fan, here comes the transporter. But that's sort of a general overview of that. And I will say, check back on our site tomorrow, because that is our docking article, is a big overview of the scientific experiments, and it will be written by yours truly. So yes, check back tomorrow for that.
Will do. And I'm just gotta really quickly say, I'm still salty Netflix removed Next Generation. Like, come on, what the heck?
You got to go to Paramount now.
Anyways, let's see here. Team SpaceX or Tem SpaceX? Thank you so much for upgrading your membership to Launch Director status. That's one of the higher levels of membership. You get your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live every week, and all the other perks like Discord access and whatnot. So thank you so much for the support there. And Loic, thank you for the $2 Canadian. Awesome that everyone is coming out and getting excited for the stream today. And
it is also worth pointing out too that among the 4 crew members, 4 different nations are actually represented on this flight. Mike Lopez Alegria was originally born in Spain, though grew up and was raised here in the United States. So he's representing Spain and the United States. Larry Connor represents the United States. Mark Pathy from Canada, and Eitan Stibbe from Israel.
Very cool. Always love the international aspects of these sorts of things. Okay, so this question has been asked, I don't even know how many times. Jonas to Mars is very, very persistent. They're asking, why are the holes of the launch escape system closed? Is the system deactivated right now?
This is a great question. They're not closed. You're actually just seeing the covers of them. So Dragon's sort of paneling on the outside is designed in a very aesthetic way to hide all of those engines. Now, there are covers on the bottom of them to prevent water intrusion, to seal them. And by seal, I don't mean like it's a hard seal. It's a weather seal, a weather protection seal, and things like that. But if those engines were needed once they arm it here at about 45 minutes before liftoff, when they pull the crew access arm back before fueling begins, they are instant. So much the same way that the solid rocket boosters on SLS have covers over the bottom of them and seals all around the base to protect the propellant in it. Once they are ignited, it obliterates that seal on purpose. So yes, they're closed, and I'm going to put that in quotation marks, but not closed with like a valve, like a door that needs to open in order for them to operate. It's just a seal that once those engines ignite, that seal is not surviving, and that capsule is going very quickly away from Falcon 9.
Makes sense. And sort of to follow up with that, we have a question here. Elias is asking, would they be able to launch abort at this moment in case of an emergency? You're coming through a little spotty, Thomas.
Thomas, quick. Show me the traffic lights in this prove you're not a robot thing.
Yeah, Thomas, what's a taxi?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Thomas, what's a crosswalk? How many of these pictures?
Now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I've passed the CAPTCHA, but yeah, there's a launch abort system armed call-up that we'll get about 45 minutes before launch, and that happens right after the crew access arm is retracted. Right now, the crew access arm is in the way. There's no abort scenario here, but the rocket is also not fueled, so the abort system is mostly to get around the fact that once you have a fueled rocket, there's a lot of explosive potential there, right? The benefit of SpaceX's load and go procedure, as they call it, where the rocket is fueled after the crew gets on, is that the launch abort system is armed before fueling begins, and thus there is no point where the rocket is fueled, no abort capability. If you go to pretty much any crew launch vehicle before Crew Dragon, so if you go to the shuttle, well, shuttle's a bad example actually. If I go to any of the pad abort scenario rockets, so if you go to SLS, if you go to Atlas V with Starliner, those two rockets get fueled before the crew boards the capsule, and thus while you're boarding, you're in a stable replenish mode, so the rocket is fully fueled. You're just topping off the tanks. There's not really an active fueling procedure, so it's not a huge risk there either. It's just a little bit of a different timeline. But then those abort scenarios kind of start once the crew access arm gets pulled away and you get closer to the flight. That's when the abort system is armed. For SpaceX and Falcon 9 today, the crew is of course already on board Dragon. Once the hatch has been sealed, the pad has been cleared of all the other personnel, and the crew access arm moves away, they will then arm the launch abort system and then start fueling the rocket, which is, of course, where any sort of risk of an abort being required kind of takes place. So that is why they will not be in an abort scenario yet, but the abort system will be ready to go right before they start fueling the rocket.
And since I know it's going to come up, and I'm going to have to get off comms in a second here, the way they would have aborted on the pad and shuttle, if they would have needed to rescue the crew, the engines would have shut down after ignition. And if they did have a reason that they needed to get out of the orbiter very quickly, that is why as soon as the engine shut down, they would slam that crew access arm, the orbiter access arm at the time, over against that side hatch. And there was an astronaut on the middeck whose job it was, as soon as the engine shut down, was to get out of their seat and get to that hatch and be ready to open it. And they had sensors all along the tower to make sure there weren't any hydrogen fires that you couldn't see. And they basically, if they would have needed to, they would have opened that hatch and run down the crew access arm to the slide wire baskets, which are just the same ones you see on the tower now, just up higher. In the shuttle era, they were down lower, and they would have used the slide wire baskets to get away from the pad if they needed to.
Like one of those life goal things is to be able to try out a slide wire basket, not in an emergency, but like, you know, as a visitor
just
to the pad.
Just a test run, exactly.
World's greatest thrill ride. Go ahead. You were going to say there are a lot more what?
Yeah, I was just saying, there's been plenty of times where they have to test those systems. They do the same system exists over at Pad 41 now for Starliner. Is there a similar? There's not that kind of system.
There will be for SLS. It's just not there yet. Yes.
Okay, so does it attach to the mobile launcher? How does that work?
To go questions. And we're getting silence back, so maybe Chris has to go.
Talking while muted. Sorry. My understanding is that the slide wire escape system will be added to the tower, and then they will connect the lines once they get out there to the pad to utilize it. But that is my understanding for how SLS will work as well.
Got it.
Because SLS will be fully fueled once a crew gets there, so you can't activate the escape system when they're not in the capsule yet. And they will need a way to get off that tower very quickly if they need to.
Makes sense. That's like one of my favorite things about Slick 6 here at Vandenberg, is that you can still see the remnants of the slide wire baskets and the bunker that they run into. And that's actually one of the remote spots, is the slide wire baskets. And it's just, it's so cool. It's also like so Rube Goldberg. Like, we're going to get out, we're going to undo the hatch, we're going to jump in the basket and go wee to safety. Like, what?
Well, and speaking of I actually need to hop off comms here for about an hour-ish. I will be back, hopefully with a very different view. So
again, where are you going, Chris? Do you want to say it now, or do you want to not spoil it?
I'll say it now. I am going up to the vehicle assembly building roof with our other camera rig. So that is where you can hopefully expect a camera angle from me and some more comms here. About an hour, give or take, here. But that is where I am off to. So I'm going to leave you with Julia and Thomas and Jack, and I will be back in about an hour.
Chris?
Godspeed, Chris.
Yeah. Safe travels. Uh-oh, Thomas is getting robot-y again. Thomas, I'm going to need you to do this caption and tell me what all of these photos are. Which ones are broomsticks? And then I'm going to DM you a 5-letter code. I just DM'd you a 5-letter code. I actually just did in real life. Or 5-number code. I know what numbers are. Let's see. We are just over 2 hours and 7 minutes away from launch. Thomas, you got to enter that 5-digit code. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to talk to you here.
What, did you want to say it out loud?
No, I'm just kidding. Please, God, no. I'll get fired so fast. Let's see. Cool, so we've got Julia. Julia, you still there?
Yeah, Jack, I'm still here. I'm eating breakfast, talking to Nate, and listening to y'all, so we're good. Hello.
Excellent. Eating breakfast, you say. I'm jealous. I made an oven pizza right before the broadcast started and did not have enough time to eat it, so it is now cold and sitting on my cutting board. So enjoy the breakfast for both of us.
I sure will.
Really quickly, before we get too far behind in the super chats, thank you, Vatasiana, for the support. They say hi to Sasha. She is new to the Rocket Nerd family. Hi, Sasha.
Hi, Sasha.
Oh, your high was way better than mine. I gotta up my game. Loic, thank you for the support. I hope I'm saying your name right. Tube, thank you for the support. They say, thanks for the great coverages and your energetic live streams. We love you guys. Hope to see launch ourselves live when we visit the U.S. for the first time ever in September. Greetings from Germany. Toby and Tamara. Well, greetings. Greetings out there in Deutschland, and hopefully you do get to see a launch when you are here. Definitely not something to miss if you can avoid it. Josh, thank you for becoming a Red Team member, and thank you to all of our members. Thank you to Jamie Barry for becoming a PadRat member. Gosh, I love to see all these new members, because you know what that means? We can do more cool stuff. And oh boy, is there cool stuff in the works. Paul Angel, thank you for the support. They say Godspeed, everyone. It's Godspeed, all one word. And let's see, Mad Dog, thank you for the support. They say long-time listener, first-time live launch. Thanks for your pre-launch commentary. Your team is the best. Well, thank you, Mad Dog. That's really sweet of you. It's like, I think we just got the 2022 version of long-time listener, first-time caller. And James Van Herentz, thanks for the support. They say, is it possible the Starship QD arm was taken off? Oh, with this a lot of extra, I'm trying to parse this here. It's Starship. It's a Starship question. We don't know why the QD was removed from the QD arm. It's back at the launch site now, so maybe they needed to change the QD because a change in the QD occurred with the new design of Starship with Ship 24. So yeah, that's plausible. I'm gonna rate that as plausible. Let's see. Dean Brillhart asking a question here, saying, I want to know what the mirrors on their wrist are for. Earlier when we had the cabin views, we could see that the astronauts had mirrors on their wrists. Is that like for visibility, or what's going on with that?
That is interesting. You know, I did not notice when I was watching. One thing on spacewalks, they have them on the spacewalk suits so they can help kind of look the tools they're handling off. So maybe it's just an extra visibility thing if they need help looking at some controls or maybe actually it might be for inspecting their spacesuits themselves. And things like that. It just gives them a little bit more visibility, because you have to remember a big limiting factor when you're wearing a spacesuit. It does limit your visibility and your range of motion. Those helmets, you can only see so far. Your field of view kind of goes down a bit. So having a little extra reflective surface that you can move around on your wrist can help you see some things if you need to.
And I imagine, Thomas, too, that when you are experiencing those high Gs, it would be a little bit easier to just simply move your wrist than to try and move your head to get that visibility in case you need to look around.
That makes sense. Let's see. Good question from Dean there. It's always a friendly reminder. You don't need to do a super chat or whatever to get your question answered. Just at NASASpaceflight in chat. We'll see the question pop up in some software Michael wrote, and we will try to answer it. We get so many, it's kind of hard to keep up sometimes, but we'll try to answer it. Here's one from Redacted. They're saying, why does it look like the crew access arm is tilted upwards? Was it like this during shuttle?
Ooh, okay. Well, so it doesn't just look like it's tilted upwards. It is tilted upwards. The level of the fixed service structure that the arm attaches to and the height of the crew dragon capsule are not exactly the same. So it's a very slight kind of tilt and upward walk, uphill walk, if you will, to the capsule. But I do not believe that the shuttle arm had that. I believe the shuttle arm was perfectly level. Remember, the fixed service structure of that tower that was designed for the shuttle. So I think they designed it to the point where it was pretty dang near level. But for Falcon 9, when they're using the old shuttle tower that was not designed for Falcon 9, the arm has a little bit slightly tilted so it can reach the arm properly.
And real-time follow-up here. Daniel B., one of our members, what's up, Daniel, saying the mirrors are to check helmet seals, which makes sense.
Right, okay, so when I said inspect a suit, that makes a lot of sense, and specifically the helmet seals, so there you go. Thank you very much for the help there, chat.
Excellent, and thank you to Daniel. Daniel's also on the label squad in Discord. One of the people that help us figure out what to label things in the Starship daily videos and make sure there's no typos and all that. So, very cool. Thank you for popping in, Daniel. Let's see. Outdoors Man Show is asking what we would like our call signs to be, but that's not how call signs work. You get given a call sign. You don't get to choose.
Yeah.
Because then everyone would be like,
call sign.
Everyone would be like super cool guy and whatnot. And I think typically a call sign comes from something goofy that you have done, or it's sort of like it's like an in joke, or there's various ways call signs come about, but typically don't get to choose them. Or if you do, at least that's not how it works in I think the American military and whatnot. But good question there from Outdoors Man Show. I have a question for you, Outdoors Man Show.
Asking.
Go ahead.
So I think, should the question be, we should be asking chat what our call signs are?
I think mine would be oven bacon, but that's too long. I don't know. Yeah, chat. What?
It could just be bacon.
Jack.
Bacon is a good call.
Jack, you don't get to give yourself a name.
Yeah,
back.
you're right. You're right.
Those words just came out of your own mouth.
I know, but
invite you politely invite you. Okay? Some taste here. Saying, why do you think call signs? We're gonna.
I got about a third of that, Julia. You're coming through a little robot-y. But I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that I think your call sign would be Fleet. Hatch closure is happening. Look at it go. It is closing.
Yeah, we just passed the T-2 hours and counting mark, and hatch closures, of course, a really big milestone. Once the hatch is closed, they'll do a bunch of seal checks before the rest of the crew clears the pad, and then we're ready for some fuel loading operations and things like that. But hatch closure underway.
Yeah, and it's another one of those moments where I'd just really like to underscore, imagine yourself being strapped into those seats and seeing from inside Crew Dragon that hatch cover getting closed. That's just, oh man, what an amazing thing to feel. I can't even imagine. Joshua D, oh my God, is saying my call sign is webinar.
There you go.
TX Go is saying board, bacon, beep would be our calls respectively. I'm liking this. I'm liking the question. It was a good question, Outdoors Man Show.
So are you saying you wouldn't want your call sign to be Polar Corridor, or?
Stop it. Stop it. Let me check. Am I have the ability to mute you? I do have the ability to mute you. I am making that known. I'm mad with power. Okay, let's see here. The hatch is getting closed.
Up everybody.
Joke's on me. I can't mute you because then I would have nobody smart to answer all the questions except for Julia and I. And Julia, do we have you back? Are you robot-y still? Were you able to tweak that a little?
I mean,
You're good.
I hope I'm not a robot. Okay, good.
You're good.
Thank you for thinking I'm smart.
You are smart. Come on now. Sebastian St. Amour is saying my call sign is Bonkies and Thomas is Aries. This is great.
Julia,
I
had a feeling that might have been what chat comes up with, so I'm not surprised.
You're Aries. You're 110% Aries. Let's see. Bum. Here's a question from Eunice asking, are they allowed to take their phones with them? I mean, it's a private mission too. It's not an NASA mission. Do we know sort of any of the details of what they're allowed to take?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can. Like, you're not going to get cell reception, but you can connect to Wi-Fi. Like, there are internet networks you can connect to on the station and things. If I remember correctly, Inspiration 4, they all brought their cell phones and were taking cell phone photos, as part of their photography, right? And I don't think that changes if you're going to station and you're not on a free-flying crew. So I think standard procedure, people going to the ISS can totally take their cell phones for, internet purposes. So yeah, I think so.
I wonder, if the security of the station is just good enough to where it's like, yeah, you can take your phone. We're not really worried about quarantining a device or anything. Or I wonder if they have to go through some sort of rigorous check. All sorts of questions abound. I have questions now, and I would totally not want to bring my phone. For the record, I'd want to bring like a tablet of some kind, because it's like you're on a desert island. And you have a whole bunch of books, but they're all really little tiny books. It's like, no, I want to bring the biggest device I can, but I guess.
Well, they have a fair amount of electronics on board. I mean, the station has like 30 different laptops or something.
That's true.
Like,
yep.
They do have the technology up there that they need. I think there's some tablets up there. Actually, don't they? They have tablets for like the checklists and things, don't they, on Dragon?
Yep. Strapped to their knees.
Yeah, it's just iPads, so they can, they might be able to use those up there too.
Makes sense. Yeah, and we saw on the I-4 mission, Chris was watching something. Was it Spaceballs or something on?
Yeah, he was watching Spaceballs on the way back.
Classic. What a flex. Let's see. Getting a little bit behind in the super chats again. So while they do the checks on the door seals, which is what you can see them doing right now, I'll run through some of these. Wolfram, thank you so much. Asking about my oven pizza having smooth or crunchy crunchy peanut butter on it. Oh my God, my brain is failing. Crunchy peanut butter is best peanut butter, but don't put it on a pizza. That's just wrong and odd. Greg, thank you for the support. They say, what are the objectives of the Axiom crew while they are on board the ISS? We talked about that a little bit earlier, but it's coming up on hour, I don't even know anymore, of this stream. So, Thomas, do you want to talk a little bit about their?
Yeah, just really quick. That we don't have a whole lot of details on all of the scientific investigations yet. Although we'll have a big story on that on NASASpaceflight.com tomorrow, going into a little bit more detail. But just to overview, there are some biomedical experiments, there are some geophysical experiments. So it's really a science-focused mission. The crew of Axiom-1 will not be responsible for space station maintenance tasks. Of course, the crew rotations from NASA and other agencies that go to the station permanently, those crews are also responsible for maintaining the spacecraft itself, doing maintenance, and doing some technology development things there. This crew will be focused on just doing their own scientific experiments and investigations. But that is the primary goal, is a commercially operated research mission. And overall, that kind of fits in with Axiom's goal of operating their own scientific research platform in low Earth orbit, starting with expanding the ISS with their own modules, eventually free-flying them, and offering that service to NASA and other agencies that want to connect research in microgravity to have a scientific research platform like the International Space Station. And so, yeah, the Axiom-1 mission, even though it's using ISS hardware, just flying their own researchers basically to the station to conduct those experiments. It also has a little bit of just Axiom learning how they'll begin to integrate with the ISS program overall, not just with the spacecraft, but logistically working with NASA as an agency and things like that. So they can step into, right now they're just flying their own astronauts. Later on, they'll be flying their astronauts to their own modules that are docked to station. Later on from that, they'll be flying to their own space station that's flying separately. So all of those things considered, it's steps and steps towards making that integration complete.
Very cool. Julia, I have a question for Nathan. Or is this the first crew launch that he'll have seen in X number of years? Or was he down there earlier for a previous Crew Dragon flight?
Nathan was here for Crew 3.
Okay, got it. I mean, it's a special thing to watch people fly into space, right? So, I just wanted to figure out where he was on that.
But side note, this is the first time I have watched a crew launch with Nathan, because I unfortunately had to miss Crew 3. So, I mean, there is that.
Well, no, that's perfect. I'm glad you two get to watch together. Let's see. Chris K, thank you for the support, asking if we've seen the new Netflix doc, Return to Space. I haven't yet, but rest assured, I'm getting very ready to watch that. It's on my list of things I need to watch. Has anyone else been able to check it out yet?
I have only.
Thomas, you're in it, aren't you?
Well, a couple of us are in it. I've seen a couple. Someone sent me a screenshot because at one point they show the media briefing after the in-flight abort test, and they show kind of a wide shot of the room. And Jack, I think, I'm sorry to tell you this, you're like one of the only media members that isn't in the room at that point for some reason. But a bunch of NSF people are in that screenshot. me and Chris G are sitting next to each other. Nate Barker is sitting there. Michael Baylor's there.
Yeah.
There's also some familiar faces. So
I
a couple
know.
of cameos there.
Yeah, I was either in the back behind the cameras trying to get a stupid different shot because I'm stupid, or I was looking for my badge that I somehow lost like 3 times in a row. But we're not going to talk about that tonight.
Listen, flight aboard at the press site is a sore subject for all of us, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it's up there. It's like in-sight, in-flight abort, SN11, are the most cursed launches after Ares 1, of course. Anyways.
Unless you were Das or myself who were on a boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm super glad you guys got to see it with your own 2 eyes. The IFA was like, at the time I was working like a real jobby job, and when I got hired at that job, I told them all, in my boss, I had to say, hey, look, by the way, I'm 100% committed. I will work my butt off for you guys, but there's this thing coming up in March where they're going to blow up a rocket on purpose, and I have to be there for that because I have to see that with my own 2 eyes, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy, but sure enough, stupid press site cloud at the last minute. Anyways. Oh, this is great. Justin DeLong is saying my call sign is Crunchy. I'll take it. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They'll say, will SLS have a roller coaster pad escape system? We talked about that a minute ago. It's going to have the slide wire baskets as well. But I know you weren't really asking. You just want to ham it up. Connor G, thanks for the support. They say, happy launch day. In exactly 2 years, a total solar eclipse will pass over my house. Well, you're lucky, Connor. You don't have to go anywhere to see it. I'm already trying to figure out where I'm going to be for that. Definitely, if you're in America and you want to check out that solar eclipse in 2024, don't miss it. I saw the one in, what was it, 2017, 2019?
Yeah, I got to see the most recent one, and one of the coolest parts was seeing the NASA aircraft like flying ahead of and behind the eclipse, the W-57s. That was kind of cool. But that was cool. Where does the next one cross? I don't even know.
It starts in like South Texas and goes up through a bunch of the U.S. In fact, it goes over more major cities than the previous one, which was already insane. And totality is longer. But I don't want to get too far into the weeds here. They're opening the hatch. Looks like I think there was a bad leak check, so they are opening the door to check the seal.
Copy that. Of course, this is pretty typical. They're part of this leak check process, making sure that all of the connections are good to go, and they do have time built into this countdown to address this if they need to. So something to keep an eye on. We'll see how quickly they can get this resolved. Of course, these launches to the ISS are instantaneous launch windows, so if this drags on too long, we would begin to be having talks about a delay. But right now, we'll just stay tuned and see how quickly they can get this resolved.
Yep. Pretty normal. I mean, that's why there's leak checks, because there could be a leak, and you got to get it just right, which they totally can, and they totally have. It's just a matter of checking and getting it right. Let's see. James Van Herens, thank you so much. They say, sorry, meant with the new Booster 7 design, is it possible the QD arm and claw were removed to redesign the lines to attach to the new booster? QD arm doesn't go to the booster. QD arm goes to the ship. Booster just has a QD, which stands for quick disconnect, of course. But good question there, James. Thanks for clarifying the previous question. Wolfram, thank you for the generous support. They say, my obligatory donation to the Gator Defense Gear Fund for those in the field. I love it. Thank you so much, Wolfram. Any KSC security sightings out there?
Not of the gator sort, but the dolphin sort has blessed us this morning, and I find that to be good luck.
Oh, that's awesome. I do find that to be good luck as well. I'm going to throw a dolphin hugging emoji in our back channel because I have one I can. Then thanks to Harry Stranger for making that for me. Let's see. David, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Awesome. Another new member. We
really
hope you enjoy...
Chris Gebhardt messaged it in our back channel. He's on his way to the VAB viewing location, of course, but he did want me to point out that on the Crew 1 mission, they also had a seal check that failed, and they had to kind of resolve that, and the Crew 1 mission still launched right on time. So they do, like I said, they have time to work these kind of issues, and should not be a cause for concern just yet.
Excellent. Let's see. I'm saving that question for when Chris is on. You just answered this question from Redacted, Thomas. If there's any hold opportunities, there are not. It's instantaneous. That's what that means by definition. JS Aviation is asking, what do we think of the retirement of the NASA 747 SP Sophia Flying Telescope? I don't know if it's retirement or just non-funding for the year, but either way, bums me out. No surprise, I like cool planes, especially 7s converted into flying telescopes, but is what it is. Here's a question from Keith. Will Crew Dragon ever carry more than 4 to orbit, and would it be possible to bring more than 4 from orbit in an emergency? Because originally it was supposed to be able to carry 7, but they kind of backed off of that. What's the deal with max capacity up and down for Crew Dragon?
Right. So when Crew Dragon was originally proposed, it was proposed to be able to carry 7 crew members up and back. And the capsule is physically big enough that you could put 7 seats and fly 7 people. However, that removes the capability of putting a bunch of cargo in the capsule, which is also needed, including the cargo and supplies needed for those astronauts. And so operationally, they have planned to launch 4 astronauts at a time, and below them sits all their cargo and things like that. The same thing goes for Starliner. There are no plans for Crew Dragon to ever fly more than 4 people up or down. Because of this, they need that cargo space, and they would need to rework the seating arrangement and the structures that go along with that in order to even make that happen. So Crew Dragon is a 4-person spacecraft. As far as in an emergency situation goes, they actually plan for this without adding additional capacity to any single capsule. But if you are on the International Space Station, everyone is assigned to a return vehicle at any one time. Basically, the vehicle that brings you up is by default your emergency return vehicle. Now, if you are there for an extra extended mission, like if the astronauts that have gone up for a year-long mission, they launch up on a different vehicle than they come back on, because most of the vehicles only spend 6 months on the station at any one time. But either way, the Axiom-1 astronauts, for example, in the case of an emergency on the ISS that requires an evacuation, those crew members will return in the same capsule that they came up on, just like the Crew 3 members would return in their Crew Dragon, and the Soyuz crew members would return in their Soyuz spacecraft. So there's no need to add additional seats to any one capsule, because everyone has their own return seat assignments.
All right, Thomas, but as a aerospace expert, I'm going to call you, because you are, what if there was a reason? Like, let's say things went really bad and everyone has to pile in to the Crew Dragon. Obviously not optimal, but do you think survivable if you're like tucked away in the cargo area under the seats and like clinging to something?
All right, so if we go a little bit more speculative, let's say the Soyuz has been disabled by some on-orbit emergency. As long as the ISS is fine, operationally, those astronauts would just stay on the ISS, you'd launch a Soyuz empty, and they'd come back on that. The main reason that the main difficulty here is that astronauts all have their own spacesuits, and if you launched up on a Soyuz spacecraft, you have the Soyuz spacesuit, which is not, can't interface with a Crew Dragon capsule, the umbilicals on Crew Dragon and things like that. So that would be a problem. Now, if you had... you could probably swap members between 2 different Crew Dragons pretty easily, but if we're talking about the situation where you need more than 4 people on a Crew Dragon that only has 4 seats, you wouldn't have...
It's not going to be fun to re-enter and experience the increase of G-forces, especially after having been weightless for a period of time and your muscles atrophying and all of that. All those Gs...
It would be extremely difficult. I'm not going to rule out that you could, in theory, survive it, but it would be extremely difficult, and you would have problems like keeping your pressure suit connected to things because you don't have the right suits available and things like that. Like, there are lots of reasons why that would be a very bad idea, basically.
Yep. Well, thank you anyways for going with the spirit of the question and romping through the field of speculation with me for a moment there. Simon Jackson, Sanity Bites. Thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Hope you enjoy the perks. In fact, one of those perks is members-only emoji. I'm going to throw a whole mess of Crew Dragons into chat because Pauline made some cool members emoji, and we've got a bunch of them. We're going to have more, and Crew Dragon is one of them. Speaking of cool stuff that Pauline made, you know what I'm going to say? We were talking about broomstick stuff earlier, and the potential that we had for broomstick merch. Well, I think we have some broomstick merch. Uh-oh. Oh, but we are not ready yet to show it. Oh, man. Well, okay, that was a tease. There's broomstick merch coming. Really soon. But I mentioned it too soon. So let's move on and go to some more questions. Let's see. Daniel's asking if there's a 0G indicator today. That's sort of what we were talking about, the broomstick stuff. We don't know what the 0G indicator is yet, right, Julia?
That is correct, and we will not get a preview of that until they are ready to unleash it, so shall we say. So I'm curious to see. That's one of my favorite parts of going to space with crew.
Yep, I'm super excited to see what the 0G indicator ends up being. Please be a plushy broomstick. I would die 1,000 deaths.
That would be absolutely kind of fun.
Let's see. Harry Young is asking, when, if ever, was the last time there were 2 crew capsules at pads 39A and B at the same time? Not 2 shuttles, but 2 crew capsules. Has that ever happen?
I don't think so. The closest thing, because at one point, Saturn V launched the Saturn V with Skylab was on the pad at the same time as I think as Saturn 1B, which had a capsule on it. But that was the one Saturn V that didn't have a capsule on it. So that's how close we got. But I believe this is the first time that 2 actual crew capsules are on the pads at the same time.
Chronicle Earth 9 is saying Gemini, which I believe is the way to say that word.
Yeah. So all right. So sorry, I was limiting that to the pads at 39. If you go to the rest of Missile Row, I would guess that somewhere in the Mercury or Gemini programs there was also 2 capsules on the pad at one time. That's a very good point.
Excellent. Good question from Harry Young, another one of our members. Simon Jackson, again, thank you for the support. Jonathan Jensen, thank you for the support. They say this is my 4th super chat. Enjoy. Thank you. No question. Sending you guys some hugs and a little kiss from me. What? Amazing DM2 reaction. Go Endeavor. Either way, thank you for the support, Jonathan. No kisses needed. Thanks, though. And SinZ, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Capcom members get Discord access. So when you get your Discord access sorted out, pop into the party chat channel that we have there, and I will send you my requisite Forrest Gump GIF that I send to all of our new members, at least when I'm around. Can't be around all the time. But thank you so much, SinZ, for the support, for the new membership. We absolutely appreciate it. So we're an hour and 37 minutes away from launch. Thomas, do you have or Julia, do either of you have the timeline handy? What are we looking at next here?
Yeah, so obviously the big thing to keep an eye on is that leak check resolution. They had a leak rate that was trending in the the wrong direction, and so they have reopened the hatch and are investigating that. But right now in the timeline, while we are sitting at an hour and 37 minutes to go, we're kind of in a bit of a gap. There's the big gap between hatch close and when they go for propellant load, and that big chunk of time is basically to make sure that all the leak checks are okay and the crew is ready to proceed into the actual launch operations. They have to clear the pad, things like that. So the next big milestone isn't really until T-minus 45 minutes, which is when the launch director will verify that they are go for propellant load, and that precedes the crew access arm retracting, the arming of the launch escape system, and then fueling. So we've got a little bit of time left, a little under an hour before that timeline kicks off, and that is the time that they're going to be using right now to investigate that leak check.
Got it. Thank you for that. Let's see. And chat is basically standing on a ladder and yelling at me that Apollos 10 and 11 were on the pads at the same time. So there you go.
So there we go.
Ron Smith says Soyuz can only stay 200 days on the ISS due to return module hydrogen peroxide RCS. What limits Dragon, and why can't it stay longer? Thank you for the generous support there, Ron Smith. What's the limit on Dragon on orbit endurance?
You know, that is a great question. I seem to recall at least one of the items they look at for those kind of considerations being the performance of the solar panels on board, but that is something I'm just remembering off the top of my head. I do not know if they have actually defined a limiting characteristic of how long they can stay up there. Obviously, the Crew Dragons are rated to be up there for about 6 months plus a margin, because they not only want margin for, if the returns are delayed and things like that, if there's weather on the ground preventing them safely, things like that. Plus, there's just some safety factors that they build into these things. So, but I do not know off the top of my head what the actual limiting commodity or factor is for the spacecraft. So that's a very good question. We'll have to get back to.
Got it. I wonder if it's even just like micrometeoroid hazard or something. It's like the longer you're soaking in orbit, the more potential there is for something like that. Okay, Kyle D is saying Apollo 11 was not on this pad at the same time as Apollo 10. Chat is wrong. This serves me right for reading YouTube chat. I guess I should have learned that lesson a while ago. I don't know what's real
I was
anymore.
gonna say there was lots of discussion all over Twitter about all of this, and I'm pretty sure the conclusion was no capsules on at the same time. But I also made the mistake of trusting YouTube chat. So thanks, chat.
I'll take full blame for that one. Let's see here. Andrew Rutland, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Again, thank you to all of our members. Couldn't do what we do without you. We really hope you enjoy the perks that you're getting there, Andrew. You're going to get some members-only emoji, get some preview videos, photos, and stuff from Starbase, Boca Chica, and whatnot. So enjoy the perks. Thank you again for helping us bring this little bit of spaceflight history to people around the world. It's just over an hour and 34 minutes away from the first all-private mission to the ISS. I mean, Inspiration 4 was super cool, and seeing a private crew mission happen, seeing a private crew mission to the ISS is also super duper cool. Let's see. Because if you're going to space, right? Do you want to hang out in the car that you went to space in, or do you want to go to a space hotel? Obviously, I'm grossly oversimplifying things. ISS is not a space hotel, and Crew Dragon is not a car. But you get what I'm going at here. It'd be really cool to be able to dock with a space station and do all of that. So this is another milestone in the expansion of humans' activities in space.
You know what, Jack? I want to stop at all of the roadside attractions along the way too.
Oh man, you know what that makes me think of? Like when you're driving on the interstate and you pass like the same billboard for like some sort of tourist trap for like 300 miles straight. It's like the mystery spot in Arizona, or like Sea Rock City if you're on the East Coast, or like south of the border if you're in Florida. Or wait, it's north of the border? Either way. What would be the tourist trap billboards on the way to space? You can see they've closed the hatch again. They are closing it up with a big honking wrench. Good old number 17 there is doing its thing. And we are going to see them test that seal again once the door is all closed.
Yeah, coming up on an hour and a half to go, and they've got plenty of time still to finish checking out this leak check that was initially bad. Again, their next milestone is not really until T-minus 45 minutes.
I'm kind of sad nobody in chat got my Sea Rock City reference. Oh well. Let's see. Do we have Chris? No, we don't have Chris on comms yet, so I cannot yet ask this question that I really want to ask, but you're all just going to have to wait in suspense for that one. Frederick, though, is asking, what are the astronauts allowed to do during flight? It really depends on what you define flight as. Like, do you mean powered flight, like with the capsule on the rocket, or do you mean in the whole entire flight, like at the ISS and whatnot? That's probably two very different questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, during the launch, you're pretty much required to sit in your seat and not do anything. Your job is to monitor systems and be aware of what's going on and react to anything that mission control is going to be telling you. But for the most part, you're along for the ride and just enjoying it, for lack of a better word. During the mission overall, if that's what we're talking about, they're out there to do a job. They are there at, these aren't space tourists. These are private astronauts who are working for a company called Axiom Space, and they're there to do research and feedback on how the Crew Dragon spacecraft operates, how it interfaces with the station, how the private crew and their experiments interface with the station and the rest of that crew. They have a job to do. So this is, as far as what they're allowed to do, they're there to do a job, and so they're going to be doing their work. Yeah, I don't know if that answers the question.
No, it does. It does. What are you allowed to do at your job? Are you allowed to crack open a bottle of whiskey and just go to town? No. So there's definitely a lot of things they're probably not going to be able to do, but just out of the nature of professionalism and safety, and they're on the job. Like you said, Thomas, they are on the job. I like that. I like that distinction. They're not tourists. They're not going for fun, just to be like, wee, weightlessness. No, they're there to do work.
And that's not to say that, space tourism is, that's just a different thing. If you look at something like Inspiration 4, obviously Inspiration 4 also had their own mission goals. They did scientific research. There was a big fundraising campaign, like an outreach element to that mission. So they were doing work there as well. But that is closer to what you might be able to call a tourist element to it. Any tourist element to it, maybe is the best way to say that. Where the people on board were also there to enjoy space travel and experience space travel for themselves, to go along with all the work that they did. And that's an element of every spacecraft flight mission. Of course, you can't go to space without experiencing what that is like and taking in the sights out the window every once in a while, you know what I mean? There will be, going forward, I think there will be more pure tourist missions, way more touristy than anything like Inspiration 4 or Axiom missions, where there is just the capability where you can buy a ticket to experience spaceflight, which is a very cool thing, in my opinion. The ability to take that as a vacation, if you will. In fact, that might end up being part of the Axiom station. In addition to providing a commercial research platform, they can offer some sort of, call it a hotel maybe, I don't know what the right word would be, but some way to just experience spaceflight as an everyday person, not as a job, you know what I mean? That obviously goes hand in hand with some of the suborbital missions, which are, tailored towards tourism, although they also offer research opportunities. But New Shepard, Spaceship Two, things like that. But an orbital space tourism thing is definitely something in the future of the space program.
Indeed. Buying a ticket to space. Oh, I wish I could do that. But you know what you can buy? Because now that we're ready to show it, I can talk about it. You can buy some merch and support us. And we have an awesome new design that Pauline made, this broomstick landing shirt, showing showing a broom landing downrange, I presume on a broom ship, something. But either way, there's various ways to support the channel. You can do the super chats, you can hit the like button, you can become a member, and of course, if you want to show your nerdness to folks around the world and get a good laugh in the process, we've got the broomstick shirt. It is amazing. I believe there is a woman's version, if I am not mistaken. And yeah, there's various colors, various sizes. Check it out. We hope you like the merch. It's another special way you can support the stream and sort of have something to show for it as well, not just sort of digital bits on the internet. Like, you can get a physical thing by going to the store and checking out the broomstick landing shirt. So if that's something that piques your interest, go check it out. Thank you to Pauline for making that up, and thank you to all of you for who are going to buy it and support what we do here. All right, I got to do it. I'm happy. I got to mention the broomstick shirt. Let's see. Mark, thank you for the support. They say last time the 2 crew vehicles on LC-39 was in Armageddon. Thank you for that. A hearty chuckle. A hearty chuckle was had by all.
What year does Armageddon take place? I don't remember. Is that technically in the future? I don't know.
I don't think so. I'm really getting to the point here where I'm old, and all my favorite movies and things, it's like, this takes place in the year 2012, and I'm like, come on, like, oh man. I'm old. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say leak caused by straw from the 0G indicator broom. I love it.
Ah,
There's some breaking news there from Musical Wolves that's totally actually real. And Big Pod, thank you for the support. They say, hi, first time super chatter. While it's different profile, if I remember correctly, someone rode landing standing. Oh, I think they're talking about shuttle. I think there was somebody in the shuttle area that was standing during landing, something along those lines. We need
our shuttle expert back on comms. Chris is coming back at some point. We'll have him on comms and we'll ask all the shuttle questions.
All right, somebody remember to poke Chris about that, because I think that was a thing. There's some sort of stuck RAM in my head about someone standing on a shuttle while it landed, but I'm not going to wiki it.
There were contingency scenarios for like writing out a reentry, like wearing a spacewalk suit. It was part of the contingencies for if the payload bay doors didn't close properly or something like that. But Chris will talk more in detail about that.
Cool deal. And we're getting Chris back because winds were an issue with the VAB roof, right? There's very specific limits that have to be adhered to, and it sounds like we were not within those limits, so he's coming back to the press site. But have no fear, we might have VAB views in for future launches. Jonathan again with another super chat. Thank you, Jonathan. Says, love from the Netherlands. What is the European Space Agency's role in future space operations? Andreas M. is a European pilot of a U.S. spaceship. Yeah, go for it, Thomas.
Yeah, sorry. So the ESA obviously is involved in many space programs. Though there is an ESA astronaut on the Crew 4 mission launching later this month. They are a continuing partner in the International Space Station, and presuming if we go, distant future, when we're talking about replacing the ISS with a commercially operated station, such as Axiom Station, if you will, the ESA will surely continue to be involved there. They are also involved with the Artemis program. ESA astronauts will be traveling to the moon as part of the Artemis program. As far as a hardware perspective, the ESA provides the service module for Orion. Of course, they also have their own launch vehicles, Ariane 6, the Vega C rocket, going forward. So they'll offer their own launch services for uncrewed missions as well. Just overall, ESA is a continuing partner across all the major space programs, just like NASA, JAXA, the other major space agencies. So.
Very cool. And I think we have Chris back. At least he's back on comms. Chris, I might be putting you on the spot here, but are you back, or talking while muted? Talking while not actually back yet, because Jack was...
No, sorry, Discord was muted. I didn't realize that. Yes, I am back, but not exactly where I wanted to be. Unfortunately, the winds on top of the VAB roof are too high to safely allow humans outside, but not high enough to affect our launch. So I am actually spooled up at a different location at the press site to give this wonderful view of the Falcon on pad A and the SLS on pad B.
I absolutely love this shot. We've got Falcon 9 on the right. We've got SLS on the left. We've got an American flag in the middle. We've got all the launch photographers milling about and doing their thing. And best of all, perhaps, we've got the countdown clock ticking away, which is delightful. And I'm imagining Michael in the background pulling his hair out slightly that the two clocks on the screen right now don't exactly match. Sorry. Let's see. Well, good to have you back, Chris. We had a shuttle question for you. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am. Yes, go for it.
Who or was there somebody that endured or landed on the shuttle while standing? Was that a thing? Or am I misremembering?
Yes. No, that is totally a thing. My memory is it was Story Musgrave stood up during an entire was standing up during an entry, descent, and landing, and only sat down for the actual coming around the heading alignment circle, because that was a very violent transition in the shuttle. If you see some of the internal cockpit video, like when they would move the stick to enter the heading alignment circle, the big imaginary circle the shuttle would fly to align with the runway, like all gliders usually use heading alignment circles like that. And he sat down for that because that can throw you about inside the cabin. But he stood up for atmospheric reentry and all the S-turn maneuvers and everything coming in through the atmosphere. Yep.
Crazy, because that's a significant amount of G-force to stand against, right?
No, not really. So that's a great question. So actually, the shuttle had a very gentle reentry because it sort of, as it came into the atmosphere, it used its wings to generate lift. So the Dragon capsules and the Soyuz, when they come through atmospheric reentry, their plasma regime is like 5, 6, 7 minutes at most. The shuttle was in a plasma regime for like 15 to 20 minutes as it came in, because it would modulate its altitude, trying to bleed off all of that energy to make it to the runway just fine. So the actual G-forces that the shuttle crews experienced coming in were like 1.5, not the like really intense reentry experiences that the other crafts go through, because it was such a shallower descent into the atmosphere for the shuttle.
Today I learned. Hey, you never fail to teach me shuttle stuff, Chris. How has it been? Like, it's been years at this point, and I'm still learning shuttle stuff from you. I think that says it all.
It's a specialty.
I love it. And you can see it looks like they're doing further leak checks on the door there now.
Yeah, I heard about that, and yeah, that the first leak check was not successful. Correct.
Correct. And
yeah.
They took the door off. They did some stuff. They put the door back on, and we were basically looking at the space equivalent of when you're like drive past some construction on the road, and there's a whole bunch of people milling about. And you're like, are they even doing anything? But no, rest assured, each of those people is working right now, trying to get this door good and sealed.
And did we touch on the fact that Crew 1's launch also had a seal issue?
Indeed, Thomas did.
Awesome sauce.
What flavor would awesome? No, okay, I'm not. No, stop. Gabby Hill, this is a question I've been wanting to ask for 45 minutes now. Good leak check. We have a good leak check. So a little bit of update there. That's what we want to see. And as we're heading just over 1 hour, 19 minutes away from launch. So this question I've been wanting to ask for 45 minutes now. Now that we have you back, Chris, I can ask each of the folks on the stream, including you, do you have a favorite pre-launch quote? Gabby Hill is saying theirs came from Crew 2 when someone, likely Shane Kimbrough, said, "Off the Earth and for the Earth, Endeavour is ready to go." That's pretty good. Do you have a favorite pre-launch quote, Chris?
Is it really nerdy that my favorite pre-launch quote is hearing all of the stations say go, 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 go. And for the launch director to finally give to finally say, Falcon 9 is ready for launch. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
I think that's like when you're a kid, and or at least when I was a kid and getting into spaceflight, the go no go call is like one of those things. It's just like, oh my god.
But actually, I do have it. See, I needed to rack my memory for it for a minute, so I needed to talk. My favorite one is actually from the shuttle program, and it was the last flight of Atlantis, because she originally was supposed to fly for the last time on 132, and then after 132 was done, they added 135 for her. And the commander on that one, after when they were all ready to go in May, said, "Well, we promise to bring her back in good condition." And I like that.
Excellent. Julia, do you have a favorite pre-launch quote?
No, not really. I'm kind of in agreement with Chris on the go. Yeah, honestly, a board that's green and vocalizing that makes me happy.
Very cool. And Thomas, do you have a favorite pre-launch quote?
Could I slightly modify the question to possibly a post-launch quote?
Sure.
Because my favorite quote immediately pre or post-launch goes, "A ship like no other, its place in history secured, right after Atlantis pulled into port for the final time." I do also, though, if we're going for pre-launch stuff, I'm a big sucker for go-no-go polls, so I'll also say that.
Thomas,
Awesome.
that's a great moment, and that honestly brought a tear to my eye.
Thomas doing the groundwork, the legwork to secure his spot at NSF. Julia, if Nathan has one and wants to share, feel free to ask him and relay it, or put your headset on him or whatever. I'm curious if he's got one as well. I don't know, like, how pre-launch are we talking here? Because obviously,
yeah, technically anything said can be said as a pre-launch quote. Technically, right?
I'm gonna take the requisite opportunity then to say my favorite one is the classic shuttle pre-launch shuttle quote from John Young regarding the return to launch site abort mode that shuttle had. Let's see. John Young said, RTLS requires continuous miracles interspersed with acts of God to be successful. And John Young always exceptionally forthcoming with his comments, I guess we could say. So that's my favorite. But that's a really good question from Gabby Hill I wanted to throw out there because I think it's a good question. In a world where you can just tweet whatever you want and a bunch of people can potentially see it, the meaningful things that we choose to say at moments like when you're, about to go to space are, it's nice that they can be meaningful and you can have these sorts of things. Jonathan, thank you for the support. They say, went to KSC last weekend for the first time. Do y'all know if NASA ever plans on allowing tours of launch pads again? Chris?
Yes, there are just restrictions when vehicles are actually out at the pad for the bus tours. But I do know that the KSC Visitor Center was indeed offering SLS viewing at the sort of A-B viewing location, which is in between the two paths on the road right by the ocean. They offered those for about 2 weeks after SLS initially rolled out, and they sold out within minutes. So they do it, but you have to be very, very quick to buy those sorts of things. But in terms of like when there is not a rocket on the pad, yeah, those should resume at some point here.
Very
Hey,
cool.
Jack.
Sup?
Hey, I have Nate next to me, so hold on 1 second because he can speak into my microphone and tell you his favorite pre-launch line.
Awesome. What's up, Nate?
Hey, yeah, my favorite pre-launch line is you have a range clear to launch.
Love it.
There you go.
Love it.
That's right up there with weather has no constraints for launch, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Bum. Okay, I'm gonna be putting y'all on the spot here, but Submandarin is asking, how many operational boosters does SpaceX have right now, and where do they keep them?
They have lots.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where we don't quite know what SpaceX considers an operational booster versus one that's been retired.
But also just because I don't have my spreadsheet in front of me, that will give me the answer to this question. But I can answer the second part of the question, where do they keep them? They keep some at the hangars at the launch pad. So actually we're looking at 39A. You can see there's a hangar. The biggest hangar is actually there. Nope, I take that the hangar X hangar is bigger. Of the two launch pad hangars. There's a hangar 39A where they can keep cores, and those are, of course, the ones that are being prepared for launches in the near term. There's a similar hangar that's slightly smaller at Pad 40. Both of those hangars are also called horizontal integration facilities, or HIFs. So those are two storage locations for the SpaceX booster fleet. They also have the new Hangar X facility that's at the old Roberts Road location here at the Kennedy Space Center. That is now used as a refurbishment and storage facility for the Falcon fleet. They also own at least one, potentially multiple hangars on the Space Force station that they can store vehicles in. So they have another storage facility there. And then, of course, if you go to the West Coast, there's a horizontal integration facility at Launch Complex 4, which is where their Vandenberg operations are based. You can add the storage facilities at McGregor if you want, the test facility for SpaceX, and obviously they can have some at Hawthorne at any given time. But the operations that are out and about preparing for launches, there's 3 or 4 or 4 or 5 hangars here at Cape Canaveral, and there's also a hangar out at Vandenberg.
Cool. Thank you for the solid answer there, Thomas. David, thanks for the support. They say, love your work. Thank you for keeping us nerds in the loop. Thank you so much for the generous support there. don't forget, if you want to extra be kept in the loop, there is the member program. And you can get Discord access with Capcom and above. And you can hang out with us in Discord and watch me eat ghost pepper spicy ramen, which was a time. That was a thing. That was a thing that happened. Just want to throw that out there, if that's something that piques your interest. Here's a good question, since we were talking about the leak checks that they just did after, they had the leak, they took the door off, they put the door back on, they checked it again, and they're good to go. AV99 is asking, do the astronauts on the ISS do leak checks on the hatch of the Dragon capsule? Do we know how all of that works? Because they can't, I assume they're not going to do a spacewalk and have somebody outside the hatch or anything, but they can still do a leak check, right?
Right. So yeah, leak checks are an important part of docking and non-docking procedures, but they're all done, with sensors that are built into the docking ports, into the spacecraft, the station. Basically, once Crew Dragon makes contact, capture confirmed, and goes into a hard docking with the module, they will pressurize the vestibule, which is the little space in the docking port between the Crew Dragon hatch and the module hatch on the station side. They will confirm that there are no leaks there. They'll check all the sensors to make sure that's holding, and then they open up both hatches. I think they open up the station side hatch first, and then the Crew Dragon hatch, because there are those two different hatches that both have to get opened. But yeah, they do leak checks prior to doing that. And then on the undocking procedure, what they'll do is they depressurize the vestibule, so there's a vacuum between Dragon and the station, because if you think about it, if you didn't do that, all that air, as soon as you undocked, would rush outward and would push your Dragon away a little bit faster than you want to. So they depressurize that first, and then they go ahead and undock. So there's a leak check process in there as well.
That makes sense. John Cleland is asking, has there been an Australian on Crew Dragon yet?
No Australian on Crew Dragon yet. No.
Keyword there is yet.
Yeah. There have been into space, the ISS things, right?
Yes. Andy Thomas, a NASA astronaut, is Australian as well. So yes, and Australians have flown to space before, and Australians have been to the space station before, but not on Dragon, on the shuttle.
So, where are we at in the flow right now? Now that they've gotten the leak check done, we're at 1 hour and 8 minutes to go, just over, anyways.
Yeah. So so this is a moment where the closeout crew, the ninjas, also known as the closeout crew, are going to be breaking down the crew access arm and pulling back that little temporary soft dock thing that goes out to actually rest against Dragon, so there's no gap at the end of the arm between the arm and the capsule. They'll break that down, and they'll get the arm ready for a retract. They'll get everything positioned so that nothing comes off the arm that's inside of it, and then they will evacuate the pad. And at that point, what we're doing in our countdown, remember, countdowns sort of have these built-in buffers in them where you don't always schedule everything down to the second. You kind of give the ability to be flexible, like this right here, like the fact that they had to redo the leak check, but we can still launch today, is an example of it. Like, they build in time into the countdown. So the next major milestone after the ninjas break the access arm down is that the ninjas will leave the pad and go to their fallback position outside of the zone that has to be evacuated for safety. And then we will pull the crew access arm back about 45 minutes before liftoff, arm the launch escape system shortly thereafter, and then we will get the go, no-go for fueling pull right around that time as well. And then we will be into propellant load at the T-minus 35-minute mark in the countdown. And at that point, it's either you're launching at 11:17:11 or you're scrubbing at that point.
That makes sense. And on the same sort of train here, William is asking, what are the large numbers on the backs of the closeout crew?
Identification numbers, because you can't see their faces, so they need to be able to identify who is who, so the numbers are for that.
Makes sense. Remember that time John Krause was on the closeout crew? That was cool.
and now he's standing right here.
Oh, he is? Offer him a Slim Jim.
he's but I will. Hopefully he laughs and understands that.
He'll probably just look at you like Jack is stupid, but oh well, I'm stupid. He's right. Let's see here. We got the operational boosters question. Here's one. Dr. Fox is asking, have there ever been any reported bird strikes during a launch? We just saw a bird fly right in front of the lens.
Yes, STS-114, the shuttle Discovery, the top of the external tank speared a buzzer as Discovery left the launch pad. And of course, that freaked everyone out at NASA because it was the first flight after Columbia had been damaged by a foam strike, and we lost Columbia and her crew. And then here was a bird that could have done very bad damage to the thermal protection system. Thankfully, it fell on the backside of the tank where there was no orbiter. But that actually then caused NASA to have a bird mitigation strategy for every single launch of the shuttle from there on out, where they would actually go capture larger birds out by the pad, hold them temporarily, and then re-release them after launch. And also have sirens and stuff that would go off to scare the birds away from the vehicle prior to engine ignition and liftoff. And after that moment, the only other flying creature that we ever had an issue with was a small little bat that clung onto the external tank on Discovery on STS-119. And they were really, really, really hoping that that bat would fly away as they filled the tank. It didn't. It stayed there. And the last it was seen was at solid rocket booster ignition.
Got it. Can I ask about your choice of words there when you said it's the external tank speared a buzzard? Is that
tippity top? Yep, exactly what you pictured, Jack.
Oh God, that is metal.
Yep, the tip of that external tank was a metal point at the top of the vent system, and that is what hit the bird as it started to leave the pad. Yep.
Oh goodness. For some reason, that makes me think of the frog. Whatever was that from a Falcon 9 launch? That
was a Minotaur from Northrop. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a Minotaur launch from Wallops. That was with the lady mission to the moon.
Nice. I love how you just immediately know. We're coming.
Yeah, that's a famous launch, the Space Frog launch.
Goodness. We are coming up on an hour to go. An hour and 3 minutes specifically right now is where we are at. And look at that. Michael sunk the 2 clocks. Nice. Nice work, Michael. I don't expect anything less.
Turns of sunk?
I'm just going to go with it. Yeah.
I'm like, what did he just say?
He sunked. He sinked? Sinked? Oh, God. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sink eye.
You somehow found something even worse than me. Let's see. BN102 becoming a Capcom member. Thank you so much, BN102. We super hope you enjoy the perks there. I'm going to throw a couple star hoppers into chat for you because you get chat emoji, you get preview videos, you get all kinds of cool perks. And at Capcom level and above, which you have joined at, you get Discord access. Pop into Discord, say, hey, I'll send you a Forrest Gump emoji, and you can go into the Kerbal Space Program channel and talk about that there. If that is something that is your fancy, go into whatever channel piques your interest and just hang around in the Discord. Yes, LSR, who is typing in the member Discord right now, I am looking at Discord right now. Don't type anything funny, because then I'm going to lose it on stream. But seriously, thank you, BN102, for becoming a Capcom member. And thank you, again, to all of our members. I'm not going to stop doing it, because we could not do what we do without the members. So I'm going to keep thanking them. Thank you, members. Let's see. Tommy Vask with a sort of a vast question. See what I did there? Saying, if they got to change one single fundamental thing about how the ISS was constructed, learning from everything that's happened since, what do you think it would be?
Go for it, Thomas.
Oh, I was looking at you. No.
I just saw that. Okay, I'll go first. Okay, yeah. Sorry. We can't just look at each other now. We have to look across the press site and point at each other.
Raise your hand. You got to do the kindergarten. Whoever raises their hand first.
Exactly. I think the honest way that I would answer this is what we are about to see with Axiom. When we first designed the International Space Station, a lot of the cooling components, a lot of the electronics, a lot of the wiring, because it was so big and bulky, because of that was the technology at the time, right? That was the best we could do. A lot of that has to be external to all of the modules. So every time a module of the ISS went up, whether it was a truss, whether it was a pressurized module, a solar array wing, 3, 4, 5 extravehicular activities or spacewalks would be needed to connect all of the electronics and wiring and cooling systems and everything on the outside of the modules, getting cameras installed on the outside. It was a laborious process. I mean, when we do regular maintenance spacewalks now outside of the ISS, they'll say, oh, this was the 249th EVA in support of construction and outfitting of the station. My Lord, most of those were actually getting the modules actually connected to one another. Whereas Axiom, I kind of wish they would have gone into a little bit more detail of this, but they're still designing the modules, so some of this might change. But the overall plan is you need one EVA for all of those modules in general, and that's the first one you add, because you have to add it to the Harmony module. So, and Harmony was designed for manual connection. So you will have to go outside and sort of run cables and stuff to the first Axiom module. But after that, the idea, and again, this might change as they keep developing the modules, but the idea after that is everything else is interior to the modules now because it's gotten so small. All the cooling, all the electronics, everything is inside now. So the idea is the next one that comes up just plugs into the original Axiom, the first Axiom module, and you don't have to do a spacewalk to connect it. You just open the hatches and you do all your outfitting from inside. So that's the biggest thing that I would say is just the simplification of how to design all of the modules to minimize the number of spacewalks that you need to do to connect them all. Because while spacewalks are cool, they are dangerous, right? You are going outside of a pressure vehicle designed to keep you alive and safe, and going into a small little suit with like the equivalent of like a camping backpack. It's much more complicated than that, but bear with me on this analogy, where, you have a limited supply of oxygen. Your suit doesn't have shielding that the modules have. So minimizing the number of spacewalks you have to do, that would be my answer.
That's a good answer.
That is a very good answer, and I think that would probably be my number one choice, Chris. I will just talk briefly about another thing that is actually kind of happening going forward. Right now on the station, we got a question earlier about the docking ports that are on the station, and we talked about how there are 2 docking ports that can support the current commercial crew vehicles as well as the Cargo Dragon vehicle. Those 2 ports do not support the Cygnus cargo spacecraft, for example. The Cygnus spacecraft needs to be berthed and thus uses a slightly different port to connect to the station. That same type of port will be used for the Cargo Dream Chaser spacecraft, which comes online starting next year. And then on the Russian segment, you have an entirely different docking port that is used for the Soyuz and Progress vehicles. There has been an international standard docking port developed, and it's the one that is used by SpaceX Crew Dragon and Boeing Starliner and the Cargo Dragon as well. That docking standard has actually been made sort of publicly available, like the schematics for how to build one are out there, meaning that not only is it available to American space companies that are working with NASA, the Chinese space station was actually built to that same standard. So the docking ports on the new Chinese space station are the same ones that the current Crew Dragon and Starliner use. And making that a standard either earlier on might have added some additional elements to the ISS if the Russian segment and all the docking ports use the same port. That would have given you more freedom as far as logistics for visiting vehicles go. But I think going forward, it's just worth noting that actually has already been developed, and the new Axiom station, for example, will use those docking ports, and future commercial stations will likely use similar ones. Now, that does require a bit of redesign if you're going to go to some of these cargo vehicles like Cygnus or Dream Chaser. If you want them to integrate with that kind of docking port, you would have to just change which docking port you install, which is not trivial, but certainly doable. But it's just worth mentioning that kind of standard gives you a lot of flexibility, not just with visiting vehicles, but also construction of the stations themselves, and also is a way to kind of facilitate international cooperation. If you're all building to the same standards, the technical feasibility of one day a Crew Dragon visiting the Chinese space station or something like that is actually very doable. So that's something I'd like to bring some attention to as far as lessons learned from the ISS.
A really good point, Thomas. Really good point. Yep.
And I don't know, Julia, I don't want to just leave you out of the discussion there. I don't know if there's anything you want to throw in the hat.
Uh, no. I don't have anything to add.
I would just say, like, I don't know if it's something they've necessarily learned or what, but just in terms of what I would want them to do, I can't ever forget seeing the footage of the astronauts on Skylab and just seeing the massive amount of space that they had to, like, run around and do somersaults through the air and just, like, it sort of pains me that the ISS is, like, very small, confined tubes in its construction. I wish, if I could change anything with a snap of the fingers, I wish there was a sort of more spaciousness, or like at least one module or something, like a big honkin' Bigelow module on there that you could just have some space in. But I guess if you're on the ISS, you have plenty of space.
Haha.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
I love you, Jack.
Oh, goodness. But that's a really good question from Tommy there. Thank you, Tommy.
Really quick before we dive into the next one, let's just quick acknowledge the fact that we are at T-minus 55 minutes and counting. I believe we are still waiting for the final word that the pad has been cleared, but that should be happening soon if it hasn't already. Can we get a status update from someone who's paying closer attention than me?
No confirmation of that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We do have confirmation of Pelican, though.
Yes, absolutely, at all times.
I'm up in the press room, and I can tell you that I have still I've spoken to the 45th weather, and we're looking good that way. So I can say go for weather.
That is fantastic. That's a good update there. Thank you, Julia.
You're welcome.
So yeah, right now in the countdown.
As you can see. Go ahead, Thomas. Sorry.
I was just saying, so yeah, right now in the countdown, we're coming up on the 45-minute mark, which is where the launch director will confirm go or no go for launch. So we're just under 10 minutes away from that call. And that right on cue, that sounded like the pad closeout crew is go for launch, so they are clearing the air. Oh, that was the crew on Dragon, my apologies. So the crew is go for launch, that's good. So yeah, we're coming up on those call-outs now, which will get us into the business end of preparing the launch here. So pace is about to pick up.
And this is and sorry, I just want to point out one thing. This is a moment where, like, crew access arm retract and arming the launch abort system and getting the final go pull from SpaceX. Don't panic if those things don't occur right on the timeline Axiom published.
Yes.
We have seen from past crew launches, those have occurred sometimes minutes ahead of when they were supposed to because they were just that far ahead of their timeline. They've also happened a little bit later. The big thing is we just need to be fueling at T-minus 35 minutes. That's the thing that has to start right at that second. Everything else is a little bit adjustable here and there.
Four people are about to go to space. And there's a guy on a one wheel. It is truly 2022. Oh man.
Yeah.
I feel like if I was on one of those things, I would just immediately roll my ankle. But anyways, I'm accident prone. I can't help it.
He just rolled by me, and I let him know that everyone on stream loved his mode of transport.
Nice. Gotta love it. Twisted Pixie, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. We hope you enjoy the member-only emoji, the videos, the photos, all the stuff that's going to go up on the YouTube channel that you'll see before everybody else or exclusively. So enjoy the perks, Twisted Pixie, and cool name. Also, Matthew Rader, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Enjoy the perks, and thanks for the support. Von Predator, is that like a German Predator parody? I don't know. Best pre-launch comment, Firefly demo launch, final launch check, CE, send it, and then after hold recycle, send it again. That's a pretty good one. We were talking about favorite quotes earlier.
Rocket Labs.
I never want to hold again.
I never want to hold again. Yes,
that's a good one.
They just kept holding across multiple attempts. I never want to hold again. That's a good one.
Nice. Yeah, there's also the Astra. Tango is always ready. I really love that.
Tango is always ready was a good one. Yeah, I was gonna say there's got to be a good Astra one in there.
Hashtag Astra partner. Twisted Pixie also. Thank you for the support, the super chat there. They say, thank you for bringing back my childhood excitement of space travel. That giddiness is real, and I love it. Thank you again and again. You're so welcome. You are so, so welcome. If there's one thing that all of us here I think I can speak for all of us here at NASASpaceflight, would like our work to do collectively. It's to help people be excited and happy about the current state of space travel. The excitement that we share on these streams is 100% the excitement that we're feeling, because we all want to live in a world where space travel is routine. And I mean, heck, I think the vast majority, if not all of us at NSF, want to straight up go to space.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Right?
In a heartbeat. I mean, I'm not kidding when I said I would dance down that crew access arm if ever given the chance.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm super glad to hear that, Twisted Pixie. I'm really glad that the excitement comes through, and I'm glad that you're sharing in the excitement with us. It's really awesome.
And I do just want to say real quick too, like, launches themselves, anytime a rocket is getting ready to light its engines, there is a sense of excitement. It is a totally different feeling when there are people on that rocket.
Correct.
I cannot explain it if you have not experienced it yourself. It is just different. Like, I am sitting here standing here 50 minutes before liftoff. My stomach has butterflies. It's a crew launch, but they're good butterflies. I've got a wicked grin on my face because 4 humans are about to leave the planet, and that is incredible. And there are already humans in orbit waiting to greet them, so that's even better.
Yeah, it really is a whole different animal when it's a crewed launch. It's absolutely nerve-wracking in the best way. It's so exciting. I'm like getting all misty over here thinking about people about to launch into space. We're 49 minutes and 30 seconds away from liftoff. What did you say? Fueling starts at T-minus 35?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, the fueling timeline is actually exactly the same as it is on any other Falcon 9 launch. Once the crew access arm is retracted and the launch escape system is armed, everything else proceeds just the same as a Starlink launch, if you will. 35 minutes to fuel Falcon 9 with RP-1 kerosene and liquid oxygen. We'll get the T-minus 20-minute vent, as always. The same deal as everyone is pretty familiar with by this point.
Very cool. So is that the next big milestone that we are tracking towards, is the start of fueling?
No. Crew access arm retract will be, they'll get the go for fueling. Crew access arm retract and arm the launch escape system are the next 3 major ones before we get into fueling here in 12 and a half minutes.
Of course, Jack. They have to retract the frickin' arm. Think. I'm going to drink some more coffee.
Well, to be fair, you're used to arms retracting much later in the countdown.
That's true. Frogzilla, nice name. Apt, because we were just talking about the Space Frog. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Again, you get Discord access at Capcom and above, so pop into Discord. I've already sent BN102 and Sin Z the Forrest Gump GIF. You should pop into Discord, and I'll send it to you, too. Seriously, thank you so much for the support to you and all of our members. Speaking of someone with consistent support for the channel, Moldy Space Industries. Thomas, can you guess what Moldy Space is saying with a $10 super chat?
Was it a Thomas fan club? Because if so, I greatly appreciate it.
It is. It's Thomas Fan Club. I think it's a club we're all in. So thank you, Moldy Space.
It would have been hilarious if he would have said like a Chris fan club instead, just to get him to stay.
I'm waiting for the day Jack sets me up for failure on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I've missed opportunity there. I feel like I let everybody down by not doing that. Let's see. Easy Cajun, thank you so much for the support. And Jessica M, thank you so much for the support. They say, will this launch take a north or south trajectory? Thanks. It's going north. We don't talk about the southern ones.
Yes, this is a northeast trajectory. It is going to the International Space Station, so it will fly northeast along the coast to match the 51.6 degree inclination of the International Space Station.
Let's see. Bum, bum, bum.
And coming up here, we're 46 minutes away, so very shortly is when we should have that go for fueling and crew access arm retract and arming the launch escape system here in the next couple minutes.
Did we get an LD go for launch yet? I don't think so, right? That's coming up shortly as well, right?
Indeed, yes.
Yes, okay, cool.
Well, and to be fair, LD go for fueling, LD go for launch will be at about the 45-second mark in the countdown.
Yeah. Yes.
see.
And it is also worth noting, if you have not witnessed a SpaceX crew launch before and are somewhat unfamiliar with SpaceX launch campaigns, there are no built-in holds in a SpaceX countdown. So the time you see on the clock is in fact the time to liftoff at this point. And the
As
window,
it should be.
Indeed. And the window is instantaneous. It is 11, 17, and 11 seconds. And if they cannot launch at that 11-second mark for phasing requirements to the International Space Station, it would be a scrub. So there is no window. In reality today, it is an instantaneous single-second window. And that is what we mean by instantaneous. Instantaneous and single-second mean the same thing in rocketry in terms of liftoff times.
Again, if you guys have questions at NASASpaceflight, we'll see your question pop up in some software that Michael wrote. This one from Loic asking, if the parachutes fail to open on reentry, do you think they can try a soft landing with Super Dracos?
No. They had talked about this. This question had come up before, and it was sort of said that, well, we could look at it, but if the parachutes were to, in fact, fail to open or deploy, there is nothing to be done at that point. And that is why there are more than parachutes than are needed. And this is why the parachute systems really, really get looked over and really get tested as much as possible before lifting off.
Indeed. Good question there from Loic. I really hope I'm not butchering that name too bad.
Hey, real
BN102.
quick, we need to call out that the crew access arm is retracting right now as we speak.
Yep, look at it go. Whee! And of course, you can see up there at the top of the Crew Dragon, just to the right of it. Well, now you can't. There was the Starship pad. That was a good angle on the Starship pad there. Crew access arm retracting. And it'll go to a certain spot now, right? A certain distance away, and then at liftoff, it sort of scoots away further, right? Is that correct?
The crew access arm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it retracts to an initial position right now, and then once the rocket lifts off, it retracts the rest of the way.
Very cool. And that's like sort of to protect it from the rocket exhaust as it ascends past the tower, right?
Yep.
Very cool. Holy, oh my God. Russell Snodgrass. Oh my God, Russell. $100 super chat. Thank you so much. Words. I mean, thank you. It's a huge amount of money to put towards the work that we do, and saying it's appreciated is cheap and meaningless compared to how much it actually is really appreciated. Like, I need better words. I've said that before, but I really do mean it. Need better words to express my extreme gratitude for this kind of support. You are voting with your dollars, and you are voting for NSF and for the work that we do. So just thank you so much for that support, because I think I can safely say we all love what we do, and we love bringing you guys this coverage. It's the most fun thing. I never thought I would have a job that I enjoyed this much, and it's because of support like that we can do what we do. So seriously, thank you so much, Russell. They say y'all have the best discussions, wonderfully technical while keeping it light and fun. Makes me smile, getting excited. Thanks. That's no better compliment. You could have given me $1 and said that, and I would be smiling just the same. So, thank you. Just thank you.
Indeed. Yeah. Support like that always kind of leaves me speechless, and it's very easy to sound disingenuous with it, because I'm always just wonderfully shocked and happy when support like that comes in. But thank you. We really do sincerely mean it, even if it can sound like we don't. We really, really, truly do, because we're just always floored and amazed by that support and the trust that you all place in us for this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Easy Cajun, thanks for the support. Mike Smith, thanks for the support. They say for the Chris G Coffee Fund. Philip Whitehouse, thanks for the support. They say that they figure out the partial inflation issue. What is the partial inflation issue? Does anyone know what that is?
Is that the seal?
That might
No,
have
they're
been the
talking
seal.
about the parachutes. There was the last couple
Oh!
parachutes that were simply slow to deploy. They were investigating that after it occurred on. I don't remember if it was Inspiration 4 or Crew 2.
Oh, I think it was Crew 2 and then the cargo flight that came back right after.
And then a cargo
it.
flight right after that, yeah. So they investigated that, and they have implemented, I think, some corrective actions. I don't know if we heard any details, but
yeah, there's not a lot of corrective action to do on that.
Yeah.
This is sort of a known issue in four parachute systems. So this is why you didn't see NASA or SpaceX get freaked out by it. It is sort of a known condition in a four parachute system that under some conditions, one of them will take longer to fully inflate just because of the dynamics in the area. Dragon can land on 3, 2 in a pinch. 3 is what we really don't want to go below, but it can do it in a pinch on 2. But that's why there's extra redundancy in that system. But it is sort of a known issue that can happen. An issue is probably the wrong word. Condition is probably a better way to put it. But the bottom line is no one is super worried about that, just because we've seen it before on crew flights and it's not that big. It's not that big of an issue overall.
just to give everyone an update, with the crew access arm retracted to its initial position, the launch director has also confirmed that the teams are go for propellant load. The next milestone coming up will be arming the launch escape system and the beginning of fueling at T-minus 35 minutes.
Excellent.
Indeed, and that launch escape system is the same as the in-flight abort system. It's the Super Draco engines, and this is when it is armed for flight, and that is so that if anything were to go wrong with fueling of the Falcon 9, those engines would trigger and fire immediately, and the capsule would land about 1.5 kilometers east of the launch pad out in the Atlantic.
Launch escape system is now armed.
And that's what we want to hear.
All right, so the launch escape system has been armed. Crew Dragon is now prepared to take the crew to safety should anything go wrong during fueling or launch. But of course, everything on track for fueling to begin in just about 3 minutes.
And let's talk a little bit about that fueling
Really
process
quickly,
here. Go ahead, Jack. Yeah.
Really quickly, Chris, we have another insane amount of support. Another $100 super chat from Sparky56, who just says, matching amount.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much, Sparky. Again, we can't do what we do without support like that. And again, you're voting with your dollars, and that's a tremendous vote for NSF and the work that we do. So you better believe we're going to put that money to good use, and you better believe that there's some really cool stuff in the works that I cannot wait to be able to talk about, but I'm not going to talk about it now. But you're just going to have to wait and see. But it's really awesome, and we could not do it without that support. So thank you to Sparky, and thank you to Russell again for starting off that train there. Super appreciated, Sparky and Russell. You guys are insane. You guys are crazy, but you are kind of crazy, I think is what Das would say at a moment like this. Thank you so much. And
Hey,
I don't
Jack?
Indeed.
Go for it, Julia.
I just wanted to add a word for today. My
Please.
word for today is gratitude.
Absolutely.
I am very grateful for many things. And gratitude is my word for today and my thank you. So thank you guys.
I just also want to say too, like looking out at the press site from where I am, I see Julia, I see Thomas, I see Steven, I see Nate. Our team is here. Like we went through so many crew launches without having our team fully together, and it's very nice to see a full team here.
It's really great to have the whole crew out there in force. Oh my goodness.
And of course to you, Jack, and to Michael in the background. Of course. You know.
Absolutely. It's just, gosh, what we do is cool. Gosh, going to space is cool. And I think, Julia, you're right. Gratitude. It's just amazing that we can do what we do thanks to everybody's support. The members, the super chatters, people who buy the merch. I mean, even you don't have to support us monetarily. You can just hit the like button. Hit the like button if you like what we're doing here. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Tell your friends about us if they like spaceflight too, or if you think they might. It doesn't have to be a monetary thing, but either way, you guys are. We could not do this without you guys, like all your support. So I'm just so grateful. And to you guys out there at Kennedy right now, I mean, I know, having been there and having been at launch sites, it feels very special, no matter how many launches you go to. I mean, certainly at times it can feel more routine, especially if it's like one of those crazy early morning launches, but it's special. It's extremely small number of people when you consider the, 8 billion on the planet that get to do what we do. It's extremely small. You might as well say, I want to be a rock star. Or something like, you know what I mean? Like, there's probably more rock stars out there than launch photographers and news media. And it's the sort of thing where the fact that we get to do what we get to do is just humbling and amazing and awesome and so fun. So I'll shut up about it now, but I just want to really reiterate. Oh my, what? We have a $100 super chat from David Swinson. David! You're gonna make me spit out my coffee. I need to drink this coffee so I can keep going here. David, thank you. I think we'll get back to the commentary here and not talk everybody's ears off. But I don't want the brevity of this thanks to be not illustrative of our thanks. Just copy and paste everything we just said to Russell and oh god, what was it? Russell and is it too? It's too far back in my queue. Where? Oh no. Anyways, oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Let's talk about going to space. It's T-minus 34 minutes, and we are coming up, or we are into fueling, right? We're into fueling now, huh?
We are. So let's talk a little bit, just briefly about that. So the Falcon 9 is currently being fueled for launch. The first stage is receiving its chilled RP1 kerosene. I emphasize that word because I'll come back to it in a minute. And its densified liquid oxygen. So the stage 1 booster is fueled simultaneously with both of its propellants. The second stage is different. The second stage right now is only being fueled with chilled RP1 kerosene. They will load the kerosene first onto the second stage. That will wrap up at about the 22.5-minute mark. Then at the 20-minute, 20-second mark, it's right around there, we will see what we refer to as the T-minus 20-minute vent. And that is purging the transporter erector lines, getting all the propellant systems equalized and ready, especially for the start of liquid oxygen loading into stage 2, which will pick up at the T-minus 16-minute mark into the count. At that point, Falcon 9's fueling will go until about the 2-minute, 30-second mark in the countdown. And I'm not making that up. That they are still fully fueling that vehicle right up until 2.5 minutes until liftoff. Then we'll see the final vent that configures everything for liftoff, and then Falcon 9 should lift off. But they actually use chilled RP1 kerosene because it's a little bit denser and they can pack more into the stages, and that adds to the overall efficiency of the vehicle. A lot of the other rockets that use kerosene and RP1 kerosene in particular, which is Rocket Propellant 1, rocket grade kerosene, because yay for acronyms that make sense. So they actually use, the other rockets use ambient temperature kerosene, but Falcon 9 uses chilled so they can pack more into the tanks. So that's basically what is going to be happening here, and is happening here now as we head down toward liftoff. So the next major visual milestone is coming up in about 12 minutes with the T-minus 20-minute vent.
We have to mention that T-minus 20-minute vent, otherwise we get fired as per our contractual obligations with NASA.
And I believe you are also contractually obligated to say something about vaping when it does that too, Jack.
Yes. I believe somebody has to say, we get it, Falcon 9, you vape, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yes.
I think we're just getting really excited. We're getting jazzed up for launch. Really quickly, I'm going to run through some more super chats before we get to the T-minus 20-minute event and some more discussion and answering some more of your questions. Because I don't want to let these get too stale here. Twisted Pixie again says, my love for space came from my grandpa. He worked at Aeronica Aircraft. He helped build a heat shield for Friendship 7 and several Apollo missions. That's awesome. That's really cool heritage there, Twisted Pixie. Apex Predator, thanks for the support. Paul Eastwood, thanks for the support. Let's start a fund to send one of you to the ISS. That would have to be a mighty fund. Easy Cajun, thank you for the support. They say, do you feel mainstream media and the administration will cover this flight better than they did the last time 4 civilians flew to raise money for St. Jude? That's a nebulous question. I'm not sure if they're going to do better or worse. I have a feeling that we might
Like
start
NASA?
They say this mainstream media and the administration is what they said.
Okay. SpaceX does indeed, NASA does indeed have live things planned for this. Administrator Nelson is here for it as well. And that's about all I want to comment on. I don't wish to comment on how other organizations have covered things. But in terms of NASA, yes, there is a presence here. And they are planning to do some live stuff as well, but mainly piggybacking the SpaceX feed as well.
Indeed. I feel like we might be getting into the territory of what the mainstream media would consider this as like old news or less newsworthy because it's not the first or the biggest or that's kind of how the mainstream media rolls, but that's what we're for. We're here for oh my God. What? Okay. Chat is, you guys, you're gonna
You're breaking Jack. Whatever you're doing, you're breaking Jack.
You're gonna get me all misty over here. We've got several extremely large super chats in addition to all the ones that already came through. I you know what? I feel like a jerk because I almost don't want to talk about these for too long compared to the previous ones because we're getting into the count here. It's T-minus 30 minutes and 15 seconds, but Gravely Don with a $100 super chat saying, match. Thank you so much, Gravely Don. James with a $50 super chat saying, light the candle. Thank you, James. LGP Michael with a 100-pound super chat. 100 curly L's saying, I promise I'm not trying to break Jack, but really, well, I kind of am. You guys are awesome. I'm broken. Consider me broken. I'm humbled and honored by this amount of support. It's madness. And I'll say it again. There is cool stuff coming. Just wait please wait for the cool stuff. It's coming. It's coming soon. There is cool stuff coming. Bill Hitchcock, thank you for the $100 support. Oh my God. See, I watched too many NSF videos. Lol. Work? ? What work? There's no such thing as too many NSF videos, and that's also one of the things that we're trying to do going forward here is to put out more quality videos. I don't know if you guys saw the design changes video, but that is a thing that happened because we were able to do it because of the member support, because of the super chats and whatnot. It allowed us to sort of put some work into like some real extra heavy work into a explainer video for how Starship and Super Heavy booster designs are changing. So more videos coming, more cool stuff coming. Just thank you so much to everybody for the support. We're T-minus 28 minutes and counting.
Jack. Yeah.
And there's another video coming up. I have to say, there's a Falcon 9 recovery video that should be live today after this stream, or maybe even during this stream. So keep an eye out for another awesome video on the stream. So thank you so much to everybody that likes the work that we do. And it just keeps coming. There's a $100 super chat from Sinzi. Thank you, Sinzi.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. There's a $100 super chat from Charles Dickinson. Thank you, Charles Dickinson. They say, let's break Jack. Match. There is a $100 super chat from RS saying, kick the tires, light the fires. Match. Thank you so much, RS. Danny King with a $99 super chat. Like, I hope my excitement.
I had to sit down.
Is not like I hope it's not taken in a flippant manner. Like I have no words, and I am so thankful that y'all do.
Julie and I had to sit down. This is amazing and incredible. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I could go on and on about how thankful I am, but I think you guys have heard enough of that, and I think you want to hear us talk about rocket stuff. How about that?
I actually want to hear something from our members first, if you don't mind, Jack.
No, please.
We've got close to 10,000 people watching. This is an international flight for people representing 4 nations on this earth. So chat, where are you all watching from? Where are you located right now and joining us for this historic launch of the Axiom-1 mission up to the International Space Station. Just let that fly in chat. And if you haven't already, smash that like button. Please smash that like button.
Yep,
it helps
and there
the
it goes.
YouTube. Perfect. It helps the YouTube algorithm push this so more people can see this and more people can ask questions and get their answers about these wonderful events that are happening in space exploration. So where are we from, Jack? Where are we from? What are we seeing in chat real quick?
Saw the drone ship heaving in the waves on the. Oh my God! There's England, Malaysia, Barbados, Reno, Poland, south of France, Colorado Springs, Canada, USA, Vermont, Canberra. There's a Deep Space Network station in Canberra, I think.
Ah, yes.
Netherlands, South Africa, Indiana, Russia, UK, Maryland, Melbourne, just USA, Jacksonville, New Jersey, Finland, Virginia, Canada. Y'all, this is why we freak out about the super chats and about the member support, is because y'all are helping us bring this stuff to people around the world. As you can see, his chat just goes absolutely bonkies right now. That's right, I said bonkies again. Making it a thing. But seriously, thank you so much to everybody for watching around. And the insane super chats just keep coming. What is going on? Annie with a 100 euro super chat. What is going on? Paul with a $100 super chat saying you guys rock. Vatasiana with a $100 super chat saying for the best family. This is utter madness. Smith with a $100 super chat. How is this even happening? Saying thanks guys.
Jack.
Keep up the awesome. My voice is going to get progressively higher with each one. Go for it, Julia.
As you're running out of words, I'm going to tweet a picture. So y'all got to go to my feed in just a moment here. I'm going to tweet a picture because we have another form of a thank you for you.
Oh, that's excellent. Thank you for doing that. Maybe we can get that linked up in chat or shown on screen. We're at T-minus 25 minutes. We're getting an insane amount of support from y'all, which rest assured we will turn around into more awesome stuff for y'all to watch. Words fail me. But let's talk about rockets, and let's talk about Axiom-4 and this crew that's going to space. As I sit here, speechless. Roberto Edwins is asking, is this the only income for Axiom currently to finance their space station? Well, these people are Axiom employees, right? This is not. They're not paying customers, the individuals. This is a.
So
how does this work?
There's a bit of a distinction here. So Mike Lopez Alegría, Mike LA, as he likes to be referred to as the commander of this mission, is an Axiom employee. Mark Pathy, John Connor, or Larry Connor, sorry, not John Connor, wrong franchise. Okay, Larry Connor and Etan Stibbe are not Axiom employees. They are private citizens who have partnered with other organizations to do this flight. There's been a little... My memory of this, and someone please correct me if I just missed this in the run-up to the mission, they have not really discussed who paid for what. Axiom obviously paid for Mike LA, but in terms of Mark, Larry, and Etan, they're philanthropists. They have a lot of money. They partner with different organizations, so little bit different to say where that came from, but yes, some of them have to pay. And Axiom itself has to pay for the time on space station. It's basically like if you think of you go to a hotel and you have to pay for that room. Well, it's very similar, and it's something like $38,000 a day for the International Space Station. But that is all part of this new era. We haven't had to do that. We haven't considered that element of it of if you're not NASA or ESA or Canada or JAXA or Russia, and I'm going to explain. So basically, if you're not the US, Europe, Canada, Japan, or Russia, you have to pay to stay on the ISS. And that is a new element to this as well.
Very cool. And I think we're going to link up in chat the tweet from Julia showing you and Julia with big smiles on your faces. I want to be clear. The big smiles are not like, we just made a whole bunch of super chat money. Like, that money is getting plowed back into everything that we do. We spend all of this money to bring you guys this coverage. We get new cameras. We put cameras in cool places. There's just so much that we do, and the smiles that you're seeing in this image are indicative of the fact that we keep doing what we're doing. We get to expand what we're doing, and we get to add more cool stuff for you all to enjoy. And expand the amount of people out there that are excited about spaceflight. It's just so cool and so humbling that we're able to do it. So thank you to everybody as we come up on the T-minus 20-minute vent here in just under 2 minutes. Thank you so much to everybody for the support.
Indeed. So really, go ahead, Thomas. Do we need a robot check on Thomas there, or was that just my end?
Thomas, what does a taxi look like?
Yeah, okay.
Little robot-y.
We're going to send Thomas the virtual CAPTCHA thing. But yes, basically at this point, our P1 kerosene load into the second stage has been completed. And the big T-minus 20-minute vent that'll come up in about a minute will be purging the transporter erector, getting it ready to load the liquid oxygen, and also venting some of the oxygen in the first stage tank that's boiled off already to make room and make sure that tank is still good and on the right track to receive its full load of liquid oxygen for liftoff.
Indeed, just under a minute from that T-minus 20-minute vent. All things proceeding as we want to see them going. Falcon 9 getting nice and fueled up. And really quickly, before these get too stale here, LSR, thank you for the... I don't even know what kind of currency that is, but thank you for the extremely generous support. And we've also got Mike Horn. Thank you for the support. They say, keep the fires going. Love this channel and coverage. Absolutely. Ace Driver, thank you for the support. Oh, my God. Feisty Ferret, thank you for the support. They say, awesome. Jack Therapy Fund. We got a whole bunch of new members, too.
Jack Therapy Fund. I don't know why that made me laugh, but that's awesome.
Right? Joke's on you. Anyways, not gonna talk about my therapy on stream. Carolyn Hoke, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Alan, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Femi Pipe, thanks for the support. Simon Jackson with 100 pounds, and there is Simon Jackson. Thank you. Thomas,
and we are venting. A happy rocket is venting on the launch pad, and that is what we want to see at T-minus 20 minutes.
Indeed, that is the thing that we want to see right now. We want to see Falcon 9 vaping. There, I fulfilled my contractual obligation. This is the transporter erector purging its lines, as expected, and we are progressing into, as Thomas would say, if he were not a robot right now, the business end of the count. We need to restart doing bingo again and put business end in there, because Thomas always says it, and it's apt. We are getting into the meat of the thing here.
NSF bingo. We used to do that all the time. Yes, we need to get back to that.
Indeed. So yeah, that is the T-minus 20-minute event. And once again, Simon Jackson, thank you for the insane support there with the 100 pounds? I think that was 100 pounds. Moldy Space, oh my God, with a $50 super chat saying NSF writers are some of the best people on the planet. No, you're some of the best people on the planet, Moldy Space. I'm trying to go through here and hit some of the big ones. Very Dusty, thanks for becoming a Padrat member. Brent Northam, thanks for the support, $49.99. Oh my God. Declan, thanks for the support, 30 Australian. Luke Slider with $50. Saying, I've been lucky enough to meet the NSF crew when I was shooting with them at a couple of launches. They deserve every bit of support. Thank you so much, Luke. Seriously, wow. Tim C, launch director, wow. Andreas, Capcom member, wow. I mean, there's so much support coming in right now. It's utterly overwhelming, and I just thank you so much. Bart, thank you, Bart. $100 super chat. You guys covering the new space age and helped relight the fire that was kindled in my 8-year-old heart in December of '68 when I watched Apollo 7 launch. You deserve it. Keep it up. Thank you
my
so
gosh.
much, Bart. That is so meaningful. That is exactly what we're talking about with all of this insane support. This is the exact kind of thing that really warms all of our hearts to hear and makes us so darn happy.
I just want to take a moment to Apollo 7, the first crewed Apollo launch. That is some history there. That is some history. And that was a Saturn 1B off of pad 34, so not even the Kennedy pads. That's some incredible history right there. Man, I'd love to talk to you sometime.
Oh my goodness, you guys. We are getting so close to 4 people launching to the ISS on a private mission for the first time from Slick 39A, atop a Falcon 9, in a Crew Dragon. You got the countdown clock, you got SLS on the left, you got Falcon 9 vaping on the right. We got the American flag. We got the launch photographers. We got the whole kit and caboodle here, and y'all are sitting and hanging out with us and watching it happen. Let's see, and of course, thank you so much to everybody that's doing the super chats. It's insane. Here, Flawed Perspective, $100 super chat, Canadian.
Oh my gosh,
thank you so much. That one's for Nate because it's Canadian. And Cinzy just upgraded to flight engineer. It's just utter madness, the amount of support. And once again, just to reiterate, we're gonna plow that money right back into everything that we do, and just wait till you see what's in the store. It's gonna be awesome. Also, speaking of what's in store, see what I did there? We've got the merch store. We've got the broomstick landing shirt. It's brand new merch. Falcon 9 recovery related. You know, this thing's going to be landing on a drone ship. The broomstick appears to be landing on a drone ship based on its trajectory. That's a really cool design that Pauline made. So, yes, there is merch. You can buy the merch. If you don't want to do a super chat, if you don't want to be a member, another way you can support what we do. So thank you for even considering it. Like, seriously, thank you. That's what I have to say about that. I'm going to go Forrest Gump for a little bit. That's all I have to say about that. Let's see. I mean, we're here just under 16 minutes from launch. We can see the crew in the capsule. Who has something smart or profound that they want to say? What have we not touched on yet? What do we want to say at this juncture while I look for some more viewer questions?
One thing that did strike me, so sorry, I forgot that I already had my microphone on and turned it off to talk. So that's a new one. Good. We're all doing well.
Talking while talking.
Talking while talking. Yes, exactly. Okay, like that. You know what? One thing that I think is important to remember: the Crew Dragon Endeavour is the one that is on the pad here right now, and she was the one that returned U.S. crew launch capability with Bob and Doug on the Demo 2 mission less than 2 years ago. It was May 30th of 2020 when Endeavour lifted off for the first time. And actually, when she lifted off, we didn't know her name, but Bob and Doug did. But in 2 years, right, this is the 6th crew flight that SpaceX will do. Demo 2 had 2, and all the rest have had 4. This is incredible. The cadence at which they have, SpaceX in particular, has gotten into this seeming rhythm of being able to launch crew missions. And I want to say, like, they make it look easy, but there's a lot of hard work that goes into refurbishing these vehicles and turning them around for flight, and a lot of work that's going to go into, looking at Endeavour's systems to make sure that after she lands 10 days from now, that the Dragon Freedom is ready to go with the crew for flight less than a week later. So this is really an incredible achievement, and that the fact that this is the second one that NASA is not involved in from a crew perspective. NASA does not have an astronaut on this flight, same as Inspiration 4. The fact that we are seeing these crew flights alternating back and forth between private astronaut missions and flights to the International Space Station for continued operations there, that is really a part of the story that should be encapsulated here. I mean, Julia, you're sitting right next to me. I mean, when we were watching Demo 2 launch 2 years ago, did you think they'd get to 6 this quickly?
No, not at all. Like, I can't believe in this time span we've had this many crew launches. That's absolutely crazy and not where I thought we'd be at all.
And Nathan Barker, got an amazing shot late last week, and it's on his Twitter feed as well, of the 3 crew arm towers at the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. We have the one we are looking at today with Crew Dragon, which has been retracted in preparation for liftoff. We have the crew access arm that is on the mobile launcher for SLS that is also retracted for its pending wet dress rehearsal test no earlier than Monday again. And we have the Starliner and Atlas crew arm, and Nate managed to get a picture of all 3 of them together, which is just another wonderful moment of seeing the expansion here at the Space Center for crew operations. And honestly, at this point, I think it's more important to call it a spaceport than a space center, even though Space Center is its official name, with just the flight schedule that's planned out of here. But that's what I would say in terms of encapsulating where we are right now from where we were 2 years ago, still waiting for the for the return of crew launches to Florida and to the United States. And here we are about to witness the 6th in 2 years. That's awesome.
It's just awesome. Yeah, I think I would echo what Julia said, and I would not have expected to be this many launches in at this point. It's astounding, and it's testament to all of the hard work from everybody at SpaceX and NASA, getting Falcon 9 crew rated, getting Crew Dragon up and running, getting Crew Dragon refurbishment working so well. It's I mean, gosh, it's nice to have your expectations defied, but in a good way.
In a good way, yeah.
Like for a long time there, we kind of got used to having our expectations just like dashed expertly, to reference Futurama again. But it's so nice to have an expectation and then have it just utterly blown out of the water in a good way. It's just part of what's making us so excited about today, right?
Oh, indeed. And I know we're going to get into some more questions here. So as we hit the T-minus 10-minute mark, just really quick what we can expect in the final 10 minutes. At T-minus 7, we will have engine chill down on the first stage, where they will allow some of the densified liquid oxygen to start flowing into the propellant lines of the engines to thermally cool them down and condition them ahead of ignition. We will also have the transporter erector, the white sort of backing that looks like it's holding Falcon 9 right now. We will see the clamps sort of retract or pull back, and then we will see the erector pull back to 88.5 degrees, which is the pre-launch pullback position. And then in the final minute, we will have Falcon 9 in startup, Falcon 9 taking control of the count. At 45 seconds, we'll have the launch director go for liftoff, and under a normal count, that will be the final thing said by the launch director prior to liftoff. So that is what we can expect here in the final 9.5 minutes.
Confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we confirm they're configured.
Copy MLA. And on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Endeavour for its 3rd flight to the International Space Station. Axiom-1 marks a new step in commercial spaceflight and research. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks for those words, Arthur. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to let my crewmate Eitan say it first, though.
שלום. כמה ימים לפני שאנחנו מציינים את המסע הגדול שלנו לחירות, and a few minutes before launching on this journey, I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for, but do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island, wealthy with all you have gained on the way, not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you this marvelous journey. בהצלחה X1, בהצלחה רקיע.
Thank you, Eitan. I'm going to continue far less elegantly or eloquently, but as we sit here on the precipice of this new era in human spaceflight, we do so on the shoulders of professionals at SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom. We want to thank all the teams at SpaceX, Falcon 9, Dragon, the launch team, of course, closeout team, all of the folks in mission control, and of course our training teams. With NASA, boy, it's been tough. The first time is always hard, and there's no playbook. It's all open field running, but with ISS program, commercial LEO development, and flight operations, we've learned a lot, and we'll continue to do so. We want to thank Cam and Seth for their vision, but especially all the people at Axiom for putting this mission together with the minor miracles that they perform. All of you, make no mistake, are the men and the women in the arena. Your faces are marred if metaphorically, by their best sweat and blood, and you strive valiantly, will have no place with their cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The crew of the great ship Endeavour is ready to sail her proudly, Arthur.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
Proven.
And I love that he repeated something that they used to say in the shuttle program. They used to say the good ship Endeavour, and now it's the great ship Endeavour. I like that.
The crew is ready. Let's 6 minutes and 40 seconds here. We're getting real close. And as we get really close, I just want to say one more time, first off, hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for choosing us for your coverage today. It's so awesome. And so one of the things you can do to support what we do and the all-important YouTube algorithm, which, oh my gosh, it's make or break, that silly algorithm. So hit that like button if you haven't already. We really appreciate it if you would. Another thing that we really appreciate, I've said it on this stream a bunch, and I want to reiterate it as we get close to launch. Thank you to all of our members. The membership program is key to what we do. That YouTube algorithm can make our videos pop up more one month and less another month, and it makes all the difference when the YouTube algorithm and the robots in the server farm and Google or whatever decide to show us people our videos and decide that they're not going to show people our videos. And a way that we can offset the vagaries of that algorithm is this member program. It's a monthly recurring thing. There's various levels of support from a little bit to a lot, and you get cool perks. And those cool perks, we're expanding the ones that you get all the time, and there's a Discord that you can get access to at Capcom level and above. There's members-only emoji. I'm going to throw... Oh, goodness. I'm going to throw a Falcon 9 hug emoji into chat that you get if you're a member. So, once again, thank you to all of our members. You get the cool chat emoji. You get the perks, the YouTube preview videos and the photos and whatever level you can come in at. If you can come in at any of those membership levels, we super extra appreciate it. So, thank you. 4 minutes and 40 seconds away from launch.
And this is what I love. You get
for
within 5 minutes of launch and everyone comes out of the building. So everyone's coming out, everyone's getting ready, cell phones out to watch Axiom-1 and Mike, Larry, Mark, and Itan take off for their 1 week mission to the International Space Station.
I got to say, I'm pretty jealous. I would love to be going to the International Space Station for a week right now. Like I'd be like, let's do this. I'd bring some beef jerky.
Indeed.
I'd put some movies on my iPad. I'd be all set and ready to go. Let's see. But although, really, what are you going to be watching on your iPad? You should be looking out the cupola or looking out the windows at the marvelous majesty that is our pale blue dot. 4 minutes and 10 seconds away from launch. We are coming up. Is there another purge here soon, similar to that T-minus 20?
2.5 minutes, indeed, the final purge after they're done fueling.
The final purge down. And there you go. Check that out. The claws on the strongback are opening, and the strongback will retract to its initial position, right? Is that what's happening right now?
Indeed, to 88.5 degrees.
I love that you know the exact degree.
Well, that's another specialty.
Let's see. I'm trying to look for 1 or 2 questions from our viewers that kind of encapsulate everything. It's kind of a hard thing to find here.
So
I just got it. Go ahead, go for it.
Yeah, so 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Fueling is wrapping up now on Falcon 9. And they will begin purging the transporter erector lines here with nitrogen to inert them. Nitrogen is a nice inert gas, so that is what is typically used to inert the propellant lines on the pad side, so you do not have an accidental ignition when the Merlin engines light at the base of that Falcon 9. And that is what we are hoping for 2 minutes and 22 seconds from now for the Axiom-1 mission.
Yep,
and this will be a cool... So if any of you have watched before and you are familiar with the Chris G scream at liftoff, Our microphone is well away from me, so if you hear my scream, that's how loud I am.
I love it. It's like we need a heat map or something like to show. If you hear it at this point, Chris G is this excited. We'll come up with that. We'll workshop it. We'll get back to it. But just
the
under
Chris G excitement meter, yeah.
yeah, perfect. Just under 2 minutes from launch. Falcon 9 is fueled up and ready to go. You can see a little bit of vapor there at the base of the vehicle from this angle, and there is that other purge we were just talking about.
Yeah. So I know Thomas is over there getting ready to track with his camera. I am going to keep our wide angle for a little bit and then track as well. But as we usually do, Jack, I will hand it off to you for the liftoff. And Thomas, and I will be back on comms once first stage flight is complete.
This is the part of the stream where I get extra nervous because the smart people in the field are doing the things they need to do to capture this launch and send it to y'all. And it's sort of just me flying by the seat of my pants at this point. But I digress. A minute away from launch of Axiom-1. Godspeed to the crew of Axiom-1. Oh my goodness, it's going to be an instantaneous window. If anything happens at this point, they're going to have to recycle and go again on the next opportunity, which I think is tomorrow. But see, here I am, flapping my gums, and the smart people are gone, and I don't actually know when the next opportunity is because I'm a bad host. But here we go. 38 seconds to go for the very first all-private mission to the ISS. It's a little bit of spaceflight history that's happening right now before our eyes.
Dragon,
and that's part of the reason
SpaceX,
why we're all excited.
go for launch.
SpaceX
you heard it.
Acknowledge, go for launch.
We are go for launch. Let's do this. P minus 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff of Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon headed to the ISS for the Axiom-1 mission. Clear the tower. Look at that shot. You can see the SLS. You can see Falcon 9 ascending into space. Just staying quiet so we can listen to that amazing sound of those Merlin engines tearing the air asunder as they lift Falcon 9 into space. We are already through Max Q. You can see the cape there in that awesome shot. You can see the exhaust plume from those Merlin engines expanding as the vehicle ascends into thinner air, into a lower pressure at higher altitudes. I'm pretty sure I can hear Chris G freaking out in the background. And we're coming up on MECO. That'll be shutdown of the engines on Falcon 9. You can see it on the timeline there. That'll be here in just a few moments. What a beautiful launch. Keep your eyes on the prize. Watch those engines shut down. Bingo.
And there she goes.
There she goes indeed. We have both main engine cutoff and stage SEP. You can see the first stage on the left and the second stage on the right. Second engine startup 1, that is the second stage firing up its Merlin vac engine. And you can see that from the booster itself. You can see the booster is deploying its grid fins as it gets ready to head back into the atmosphere. And you can see the second stage pushing Dragon into orbit.
And that was absolutely incredible from the press site. It was, I mean, a crystal clear day. You could not have asked for better weather or better conditions. We even got to see with the naked eye the start of the second stage, which you rarely get to see in daylight conditions. Really, really wonderful start and beginning to this mission. And now this is part of my favorite part, getting to watch the booster on the left as the second stage keeps taking the crew onward into their initial 200-kilometer circular orbit.
Perfect. That was an absolutely beautiful launch, and the sound as well. I'm always appreciative of the sound that we get from these things. It's just
oh my gosh.
otherworldly.
You do, and the sound is so cool because you get that like rumbling right when the Merlins start, and then like the sound sort of increases a little bit, but then it gets to a certain height in altitude, and then it's just bam, like that's when it hits you, that's when it starts ricocheting, that's when the vehicle assembly building does the Scooby-Doo swamp monster squeal that it does with the Falcon 9s and everything as they head out. Really just wonderfully dynamic here. And of course, what's really cool is you can see that the velocity on stage 1, right? So if you look at the two velocities on each side of the screen, on the right-hand side, the velocity on stage 2 is increasing. That's what we want. We want that to say roughly 27,000 kilometers per hour when the second stage cuts off in orbit. The other, on the left-hand side, you see the velocity currently decreasing on the booster as it coasts up toward its apogee. But that velocity will begin to increase as the booster falls back down into the atmosphere, getting up to around the 7,500 kilometer per hour mark before the engines reignite for the entry burn to slow it down. So you'll be able to see that difference very, very clearly as that first stage descends toward the drone ship, as the velocity on the second stage rapidly accelerates now toward orbital velocity. But man, Jack, watching those cold gas thrusters pulse the Falcon booster around to orient it for the entry burn is really something. Oh, okay, gotcha. So yeah, so thank you. So we can continue to see that right there. So basically, at this point in the ascent, which is still going very, very well with that Merlin vacuum engine firing, continue to take the crew of 4 to orbit. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left, you can see the booster's velocity increasing now as it drops into the atmosphere. We will be expecting that entry burn around the 70-kilometer mark in altitude, though that does vary some on either side of that. But that would be the next major milestone that we are expecting here, 6.5 minutes into the flight, standing by for that entry burn momentarily. And of course, while we should also always mention that while it is always really exciting and cool to watch the boosters land for recovery, the first and foremost part of our mission is the second stage, continuing to take Dragon along with Mike, Larry, Mark, and Itan into orbit.
There's a rocket on the left. It is coming
Yes.
back to Earth. There is a rocket on the right. It is hauling 4 people into orbit. This is the stuff of science fiction until only very recently, and I will never get tired of seeing this happen. The fact that they can land a Falcon 9 on a little postage stamp-sized drone ship out in the middle of the ocean, and there is entry burn. Fighting fire with fire. Falcon 9 shielding itself in its own exhaust plume as it re-enters the atmosphere, the denser part of the atmosphere anyways.
Indeed.
You're going to see those grid fins start to actuate as they get into thicker air, and you can see on the left side the velocity being scrubbed off as that engine does its work, or engines, right?
3 of them, yes. 3 engine landing burn, yes.
So excellent to see this launch going well. That's what we want to see. We are T plus 8 minutes, and we are coming up. The next big milestone will be SECO-1, which is the shutoff of the second stage engine. And funnily enough, I always love how this is just coincidentally timed out, or maybe it's not. Maybe it was by design. But the first stage will land around the same time that the second stage's engine shuts off. So a lot of stuff is going to happen here in rapid succession. I'm wagering we're going to get a really cool shot of Falcon 9 going through some clouds here in a second. So hopefully the signal stays solid as we watch the Falcon 9 on the left approach the drone ship through the clouds. What an amazing shot! Look at that. And let's not forget, the more important thing on the right side, as cool as the thing on the left looks, the thing on the right is even cooler. It's 4 people going to the ISS. So
and we have
moments
SECO.
Away.
We have SECO, and the landing burn has ignited. Look at that.
Look at the clouds. Oh, wow. That is just utterly gorgeous.
Wait for the drone ship. Here she comes.
Grid fans do a little wiggle.
There's the drone ship. There it is.
Bingo. Watch the legs. There's the legs.
Oh.
And we got a stable feed the whole way down.
Look at that.
And it's down. That was amazing. That was a fantastic landing. Fantastic views. Oh,
wow.
my goodness.
I love when there's no hiccup like that. And I love the booster shot of the drone ship just emerging from the ocean. But right at the same time that was happening, we had engine cutoff and SECO. Velocities look good. So right now what they are waiting for, we're still about 2 minutes, about a minute away from Dragon separation. What they let the second stage do is sort of let the propellant settle, the remaining propellant settle down in it, so that the whole second stage and Dragon are very stable for Dragon to separate off of the top, which should be coming up here in about a minute. But there's some variability here, so just if it doesn't happen right away, just give them time. But those are the 4 crew members in orbit and in space and on their way to the International Space Station.
On their way.
Let's keep an eye out for the 0G indicator.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. Go for it.
What is it? Oh, it's a rabbit. It looks like a rabbit.
Or like a reindeer or something?
Or something?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a rabbit. A space rabbit.
Yeah, it looked like a space rabbit. I like that. All right, and coming up on that moment now where we are expecting Dragon separation now any moment.
Yeah, worth noting that Endeavour is about to separate into orbit for the 3rd time. And of course, the Falcon 9 stage has now completed 5 trips to space and back.
Amazing. I am still blown away by reuse. And it's great. And it's enabling the kind of cadence that we've seen of SpaceX of late.
Mm-hmm.
Reuse is key. Waiting for that SEP. You can see it on the timeline there at the bottom. Just waiting on it to happen. And
there we go. Oh.
Gorgeous shot of the trunk there.
Wow.
Crew Dragon Endeavour flying free and on its way to the International Space Station with 4 crew members.
For the 3rd time.
It is just superb. I know we like to call this out on pretty much all of our streams. Is this isn't something that is accomplished easily. This isn't something that is accomplished without the work. It's not something that's accomplished by one person. It's something that's accomplished by the sustained and intense efforts of a large number of people. Oh, look at the thruster firings on Dragon. That is beautiful. And so congratulations not only to the crew of Ax-1 who are on their way to the ISS, but congratulations once again to everybody at SpaceX that has made this feat of human engineering possible. Congratulations. That's a lot of hard work. I don't even want to think about all the human hours and years of time and work from very, very, very smart people that went into making this happen. Oh?
Our first Quindar tone of the mission.
Yeah. But Jack, what you were also saying there too, I just major congratulations to Axiom as well for doing this and for having that wherewithal so many years ago to start.
SpaceX, we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
There we can see over the shoulder of...
And you can hear the
humidity is good.
Yes, yeah, humidity is good. That's always a good thing. But yeah, just for Axiom for having the wherewithal years ago to start down this route, because just like you were saying, Jack, of the amount of time and work and effort it takes to get a rocket and a crew vehicle ready, takes a lot of time to put together a mission as like this, where you're, multinational effort and multiple different science experiments that you need to pre-position and get ready. I mean, just major congratulations to Axiom too for the start of this mission.
Thank you. How could I leave them out, right? It's not just SpaceX, it's also Axiom. So definitely major congratulations in order. And I think to celebrate, we have a new emoji, a new members emoji. So again, if you want to check out the membership program, you want to get the member-only emoji, definitely consider it. This new emoji is, oh god, I'm in the wrong account. I can't do it from NASASpaceflight actual, because then Chris B, he won't do anything. He'd be fine with it. But here we go. There you go. He's doing it. It's a broomstick emoji, because why not? Yeah, I'm gonna throw a couple in chat. So thank you to all our members. We're adding new emoji all the time. I think Pauline just whipped that one up. So yeah, there's a broomstick emoji for you. Thank you to all of our members, and thank you to everybody who hit the like button. I think we've got north of 10K watching, but only 5.4K likes. So I don't know if you want to help us out, but you don't want to do so monetarily. Consider hitting that like button, because it again helps the YouTube algorithm know that you like what we did. I guess that's kind of self-explanatory. The like button
and push it to others.
Like
yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Who also might like the information and get their questions answered. But man, 16 minutes after a crew flight launch, man, it doesn't get any more exciting than this in the build up to it. But of course, when there's crew on, your considerations, your nerves are so much different, even though the systems are very, very safe, right? And the odds of an issue are small, right? I mean, your brain, your nerves, your whole body just sort of instinctively knows that, because every time a crew makes it to orbit safely and successfully, about 5 minutes after, I begin to feel the crash as the adrenaline is they made it. Yeah. And
absolutely. You ride the adrenaline wave, and then you crash at some point, but gosh, it's a fun ride. Pro tip, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this. I save a hefty gulp of coffee for right about now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And there's a shot that we love to see. It's an empty pad at 39A with the countdown clock ticking upwards at T plus 17 minutes. Various launch photographers out there packing up their gear. Oh my goodness. What a fantastic launch. I cannot wait to see what else is to come from this mission. But, man, I can't get over that Falcon 9 landing footage. How cool was that?
Actually, one of the photographers you can see is Nate. He's down there, so that one of them is us.
Nate, if you can hear me, wave.
I don't think he's listening right now. I think he's busy editing a photo.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I actually just saw one from him come through. That was a really great photo of Liftoff there. That's something I would like to know, actually, is how is Nate feeling right now? Julia, how are you feeling right now? If you're there.
I'm still here. I am feeling amazing, and just like Nate, I am editing, but in that moment, you know what? It was such a loud rumble and such a beautiful day, and I'm just happy to say they've made it up there. And I turned around and I looked around me during the launch, and I saw Administrator Nelson watching and holding his ears because the rumble was that loud, y'all. And looking up at the engineering building and seeing a balcony full of people that work here, and Axiom folks watching that launch, that was really special.
Super duper special. I'm really glad you got to be out there for this one, Julia, and you got to be out there along with Nathan. What a day! First ever all private mission to the ISS. That's again a little bit of spaceflight history has happened before our eyes, and y'all were here with us watching. While we are hanging out, Thomas, you're coming through robot again. Turn it off and on again and see if you come back better. The universal fixed for all electronics. We are so far behind in the super chats and everything. There's no way that we could keep up with all of it. It's just utterly humbling and astounding, the amount of support that you guys give to us, and just once again, just really want to hammer it home that we're going to be doing some really cool stuff with that support. So thank you so much. Bill Moore, thank you. Scoopa, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Again, thanks to all of our members, too. PZ Tank, thank you. Mark Scoo, thank you. R1T24 Mountain. Yeah, I think that's right. Thank you for the support and the nice words. Jay Gunpla, thanks for the support. Jim Cavett, thank you. Fimmy Pipe, thank you. Lewis, thank you, or Louis. What's the tall pole on the launch tower? Wrong answers only. It is a lollipop stick. I don't know. Rosie, thank you so much for the support. They say can't wait for this rocket to light up with a $4 $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Carolyn, thank you for the support. Watching from Merritt Island. I hope that was a good view for you. That kid nobody knows. Well, we know you because you mentioned you on stream now. Thanks for the support. Roger S, thank you. Shout out to Cindy students at Walter Lawson's. Christina Wells, thank you. Money for decaf coffee. No, I need calf. I need extra calf.
Yeah, not decaf. Full calf.
Yeah, turbo calf.
Yeah.
Kavan Aldred, thanks for the support. They're required to work on the station when they arrive, or is it leisure for this crew? They're required to. They're working. They're on the job, right? Zachary Silk, thank you for the support. They say robot. MM54, thanks for the support. BVF, thank you for the very generous support. Remy Turk, thank you for the support. I'm running through these. We've only got a couple more here. Alex, thank you. Paul, thank you. That kid nobody knows again, thank you. G. Jacobson, thank you so much. Bart, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Raccoons have arrived. That's good to know, I guess. I would want to know if they had arrived. So thank you for the support and becoming a new member. Thomas, thank you for the very generous support and saying they needed some vape merch. That's a good idea for Pauline there. Patrick, thank you for the support, becoming a Red Team member. Tony became a Capcom member. You get Discord access. Pop into Discord. I'll send you a Gump GIF. Kavan, thanks for the support. Commander Keevel, thanks. Roger S, thanks. Again, shouting out to Cindy S's class. Roseanne DeVasto, thanks. The private crew is going up and going to do some work. Russell, thank you for the... Oh, again, with Russell. Oh, my God. It's 29 minutes ago, too. $100 support... Oh, my God. $100 super chat from Russell. Thank you so much for starting off that insane super chat train and for capping it off as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jacob Jackson, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Demigod, Capcom member. Wow. Matthias, launch director. One Track Studios, Red Team member. Rusty Shackelford, Pocket Sand, Shasha. That's a good King of the Hill reference for you. Launch director. Thank you so much, everybody. This is an insane level of support. Roy, new member. Dominic, PadRat member. David, DMHMT member. David, launch director. Wow. Daniel, launch director. Andrew, PadRat member. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There's a $100 super chat from Crafty Geek. It's 23 minutes old. Crafty Geek, I hope you're still here. I'm sorry it took us so long to get to it, but we were into the business end of the countdown, as Thomas likes to say. They're asking about Starship, given its recent move near suborbital pad B. Do you think SpaceX would be doing a ship-only launch for a shakedown flight on the heat shield? Thanks for your dedication. It could be. It could be just more static fire testing. It could be more cryo-proof testing. We'll have to wait and see what happens with Ship 20, but rest assured, we'll have that covered on Starbase Live, our 24/7 Starship live stream. If you don't know that exists, that exists. Check it out. And, of course, check out the daily videos as well. And Bob Haddleford, 2 minutes ago with a $200 super chat. Bob, you're...
Whoa!
Oh, look, it's Starbase right there. Sure enough, we have Booster 7 and its chines on the orbital pad. We have Booster 4 off to the left there, and we have off camera, we have Ship 20, which is right next to orbital pad B, or suborbital pad B right now. But Bob, thank you for the support. Your very, very, very generous support is enabling the stuff that we do in Starbase, the stuff that we do at the Cape, heck, the stuff that we do at Vandy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. The word thank you is cheap and meaningless compared to how we really feel, which is humbled and appreciative and just so appreciative. And we'll plow that money right back into what we're doing. Great. Me too. Thanks for the support. Jerry, thanks for the support. And Sterling, thank you for the support. Very generous of you with the $50 there. It's crazy. $50 is an insane amount of money just by itself. It's like my senses have been dulled by the even more generous support. But any amount, whether it's 50 cents, whether it's $1, whether it's hitting that like button, thank you to everybody for doing what you do to support this channel. Thank you to all of our members. We could not do what we do without you. I can't say that enough. I really can't. I mean, we would still be doing all of this. It just would be a much different capacity. We'd have a much smaller reach. We would be taking photos and posting them on Twitter or trying to sell prints or something along those lines that's much smaller potatoes than bringing this sort of coverage to people around the world live. And look, check it out. We've got a photo there from Steven of Liftoff with a countdown clock and the assembled media. That is an excellent shot from Steven. Do we have some more? Do we have one from Nathan? Excellent work from Steven there. Definitely be sure, if you haven't already, follow the team and the various crew members that we have out there in the field on Twitter. We'll run through them here in a minute. But yeah, that is... There's one from Nathan right there. That is an excellent shot of liftoff. I know Julia has been editing photos too. She'll have some stuff up. Way to go, Nathan. That's an excellent capture. Gotta love it. And then Julia has one up as well. So definitely make sure to give everybody a follow. All the hard work that goes into bringing this coverage around. It's definitely super appreciated when you guys turn out. And we get to turn up and do our thing and be excited about spaceflight. Oh my goodness. I feel I just ran a marathon.
Well, coincidentally, the countdown clock was just at 26 minutes and you said marathon, so...
So I should burst into Athens and shout Nike? Or what was it Athens? I don't even remember. Either way, with the countdown clock shutting off, I think it's about that time where we're going to wrap up the broadcast. Is that the case?
I do believe so, yes. It's been a wonderfully successful liftoff of the Axiom-1 mission, a start of a 10-day flight that will perform 25 scientific experiments on board the International Space Station over the course of 8 docked days of operations there, and then coming back to land, as I said, about 10 days from now, so around the 18th or so of April, and then just a few days later, we will have the liftoff of the Crew Dragon Freedom with the Crew 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. So a busy month. If you like crew launches, stay tuned. It ain't over yet.
There will be more. Rest assured. In fact, there's another one this same month. So stay tuned to NASASpaceflight. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Really quickly, let's go around the horn and give everybody a shout out for doing all the hard work here. First up, it's of course me. I'm not doing the hard work. I'm just flapping my gums and making bad jokes. But I'm Jack Beyer. I'm the voice you're hearing now. Yeah, that's me. Go give me a follow on Twitter or something if you want. Of course, we're also joined today out in the field by Chris Gebhardt. Chris, thank you for doing everything that you do.
Oh, my pleasure. I absolutely love this. Oh, the countdown clock is back. Look at that. Woohoo! Yes. Oh, and it looks like the old countdown clock. Oh, that's
I love
nice.
it.
All right.
I love it.
But yes,
countdown clock's like, don't go.
I know, but my absolute pleasure. I love this. I love being here. I love doing this and bringing these to, helping to bring all of these to you. So my absolute pleasure. And thank you, Jack, for your, oh my God, your enthusiasm is infectious. I love it. I love it.
Hey, just give me a little coffee and no sleep and rocket launch, and I will dance the Holly Gully by the pale moonlight. I don't even know what that means.
I will dance the Holly Golly by the pale moonlight. I don't know, but I want that written down somewhere. I need to remember that.
And of course, also out in the field, we've got Julia Bergeron. Julia, thank you so much for bringing your fun and insight and just joyful voice to the stream. It's always appreciated. She's probably busy editing photos.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me? Because I
can
just
hear
want
you.
to say thank you. And I just want to say gratitude one more time. I am so full of it today. Gratitude's going to be my word for the rest of the day because you all made today so special. So thank you.
Indeed. Thank you so much. And there's a cool shot from Julia right there for everybody to gander at. Gratitude is the right word. I'm so thankful for everything that we're able to do because of the support from everybody and all the stuff that we're going to do. Just wait. Just wait. Also out in the field, we had Stephen Marr, who's not on comms, but was shooting some cool photos that we showed earlier. Give Stephen a follow on Twitter. And also not on comms, and also out in the field, and also shooting awesome photos. And also you should follow him on Twitter is Nathan Barker, who we heard a little bit from. And I butchered the outro. Thomas Burkhart was also out in the field. There we go. There's Thomas's info. Give everybody a follow. Let the team know that you like our work. It's really appreciated. And more importantly, see the cool imagery and videos and whatnot that are captured. There's going to be remote cameras coming, so don't forget to miss out. Don't miss out on the remote cameras. So, am I forgetting anyone? We had Chris B on earlier. Briefly, I think that's the team.
Chris B, Thomas, myself, Steven, Julia, Nate were the ones who were here, and you and Michael.
Very cool. Oh, yeah, and of course, Michael. How could I forget? I'm a jerkbag. Thank you, Michael, for being in the background, for more importantly, for putting up with me, but also, most importantly, for doing such excellent work to get these streams to happen and prioritizing showing the rocket above all else and just doing what you do. You're awesome. Keep it up. Anyways, I think with that, we will leave y'all to go hang out at Starbase Live or Fleet Cam, one of our 2 24/7 live streams. Go hang out and see what's going on in Starbase, or go hang out and see what's going on in the port of Canaveral. But with that, with the strong back there doing a little venti goodness, I think we're going to leave y'all to hang out. And we'll see you next time. Subscribe if you haven't already, because we're going to be going live again. The next time something cool is happening, either in Starbase or Florida or Vandy. Lots of cool stuff coming up this month. So with that, thanks everybody for watching. Thank you so much for the support. I cannot say it enough. I hope it's not annoying. I know you want to hear about rockets, but thank you for the support. It's insanely key to what we do, and just you all wait. Bye.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, with Atlantis.
Water towers, fly!
Tango Delta nominal.
Somebody outside SC off. Bring in SC off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.